A Map of Empty Houses. Written by Khaled El-atta. Chapter 1. Corners of Cloth. Corners of People. Teach folding to a child and teach governance without naming governance. Start with fabric, because fabric refuses bluff. A bedsheet accepts patience, rejects haste, and exposes every careless grip. Amal learned the lesson at age 5 on a tiled kitchen floor that stayed cool even in summer. Her mother laid a bedsheet across both arms and shaped the cloth like a map. Her mother slid hands into stitched pockets at 2 corners and held the cloth steady. "Find corners," Amal's mother said. "Corners tell truth. Middle hides confusion." Amal pressed small fingers into the opposite pockets and felt the seam change direction under skin. She tried to bring edges together. She failed. She tried again, lips tight, brow furrowed with a solemn concentration children reserve for ceremonies. Amal's mother corrected nothing at first. Her mother waited. Her mother watched Amal's hands choose speed, then watched speed create knots. Her mother placed one palm over Amal's fingers and guided the cloth without force, the way a careful adult guides a child across a busy street. Not dragging, not pushing, only holding. "Corners match," Amal's mother said. "Match corners, then smooth." Smooth does not mean perfect. Smooth means honest. Amal believed the sentence. She believed order could be made. She believed order could be kind. Years passed. The belief stayed, but the world complicated the proof. A bedsheet grows heavier after loss. A bedsheet collects bodies, sweat, sickness, whispers, arguments, reconciliations, and dreams. Fold a bedsheet and fold history. Pretend cotton holds only cotton and miss the real weight. After Amal's mother died, Amal returned to the same task alone. Fabric remained. A kitchen remained. A world remained. She discovered the cruelty of ordinary objects. Ordinary objects keep asking for competence after grief removes a teacher. Amal folded anyway. She searched for corners anyway. She learned early that survival often looks like simple repetition done with discipline. Work arrived later with metal instead of cloth. A municipality hired Amal for the address registry unit. Paperwork that sounded harmless until paperwork changed a neighborhood. The office tracked streets, building numbers, plot lines, and occupancy records. The same office also processed removals when the city decided to widen roads, erect towers, or redraw blocks under the banner of improvement. Citizens rarely thought about the registry. Citizens noticed the registry only when a notice landed on a table like a verdict. Amal wore the job's keys on a ring heavy enough to bruise bone. The ring began as a convenience. Locks jam, filing cabinets stick. Supervisors ask for doors open immediately. Colleagues drift. Systems reward the person willing to arrive early and stay late. Without announcement, the ring moved from desk drawer to Amal's wrist and became a bracelet of iron teeth. Metal tapped Amal's ulna. With each step, the sound became a private metronome. Many residents assumed keys meant authority. Amal knew better. Authority lived elsewhere. In conference rooms behind tinted windows, inside signatures that never met dust. She carried access, not control. The assignment list looked clean on official forms. Visit property, measure rooms, record conditions, verify occupants, inventory fix structures, obtain signatures, submit report. The form never asked for what mattered. Amal learned the real work started after measurements ended. Engineers wanted dimensions. Contractors wanted speed. Administrators wanted compliant numbers. Families wanted a miracle. Amal offered none. She offered attention, the only tool that did not require permission. Amal learned the city's hidden physics. Dust began to glitter at a precise hour in late afternoon, when sunlight hit air at a shallow angle and turned floating grit into stars. Grief changed density depending on choice. Packing by decision carried sorrow with dignity. Packing under command carried sorrow with humiliation. Amal saw both. She listened to both. Anger arrived first in many houses. Anger sounded loud, but usually meant fear wearing armor. Fear demanded a target. A uniformed engineer looked distant and unreachable. A municipal worker with a clipboard looked close enough to blame. Amal absorbed the rage without flinching. She answered with measured sentences. She never corrected a grieving person's volume. She corrected only facts. Hospitality arrived in other houses. Tea and sweets appeared too quickly. Sugar tried to purchase mercy. Amal accepted tea as courtesy, never as bargain. She held the cup with both hands to stabilize warmth and slow breath. The truth usually slipped out around an object, not around complaint. A man pointed at a ceiling crack and called the crack nothing, but the same man kept the palm of the crack, guarding the fracture like a wound. An elderly woman insisted relocation felt fine, but the elderly woman's gaze returned repeatedly to a doorframe marked with pencil lines. A child's height, then taller, then taller. A child clutched a toy missing a wheel and stared at Amal as if Amal personally engineered every cruel decision. Amal measured in straight lines because straight lines fit the form, not because straight lines fit life. She recorded windows, ceilings, doors, stair widths, and load-bearing walls. She asked for names and identification numbers. She asked for signatures. Then Amal wrote extra sentences where official boxes ended. Margins became Amal's refuge. Amal wrote, "Chest contains letters. Handle gently. Stove tile cracked. Family requests preservation. Doorframe carries growth marks. Avoid sanding. Window ledge used for balance by older resident. The city would not promise compliance. The city might ignore every note." Amal still wrote, because an ignored truth remains truer than an unrecorded truth. One afternoon, Amal visited an apartment above a tailor's shop. The stairwell smelled of starch, cooking oil, and heat trapped in concrete. A woman opened the door and gripped the edge too tightly, as if grip could veto the notice. The woman spoke first. "Compensation will be fair," the woman said, not as belief, as rehearsal. Amal introduced herself. She stayed at the office unit. She showed the document. She requested permission to enter. The woman stepped back. The woman's face held a strict expression that tried to keep panic from leaking. Inside, the living room looked ordinary until the eye adjusted. Then details rose like evidence. Rugs placed to hide floor cracks, curtains pinned to cover mold, jars labeled in a child handwriting, a plastic chair repaired with tape, a picture frame positioned to hide a missing patch of paint. Amal began measuring. In the bedroom corner sat a wooden chest with a broken clasp. The official form listed furniture only. Amal knew the chest held more than wood. Amal asked one careful question. Should any item remain intact during handling? The woman's expression shifted. Relief arrived first, then shame for needing relief. The woman answered quickly. "Letters," the woman said. "Old letters. Personal letters." Amal wrote the note in the margin with clear handwriting and firm pressure. Personal correspondence inside chest. Maintain closure. Avoid dumping contents. The woman watched the pen move and exhaled. The woman whispered thanks like a confession. Amal completed measurements, obtained a signature, and left. Outside, vendors shouted prices. Buses coughed smoke. A boy chased a rolling bottle cap across broken pavement and laughed as if deadlines did not exist. The city performed indifference with professional skill. Amal returned to the office and filed the report. A supervisor skimmed the pages and paused only at numbers. The supervisor's eyes never entered the margin. Amal did not argue. She did not beg for attention. She understood the supervisor's habits. Institutions treat human detail as noise. Amal kept writing anyway. Amal carried the day home like dust and hair. Amal washed hands too long, scrubbing nails until skin protested. Water ran clear. No relief arrived because the problem was never dirt. The problem was proximity to power without possession of power. Amal opened a window and listened to neighbors living, cutlery clinking, televisions murmuring, footsteps crossing hall tiles, a couple arguing over money, a baby cry with the honesty only babies possess. A ring of keys knocked Amal's wrist again. The sound felt like a warning and an invitation at the same time. Amal tried to fold laundry to settle nerves. A bedsheet waited in a basket. She lifted the cloth and searched for corners by touch. Corners resisted the way corners always resist. Corners required patience. the way grief requires patience. Amal completed the fold and placed a rectangle on a shelf. She stood still. Amal did not pray. She did not bargain. She only acknowledged an unglamorous fact. A municipal job demanded constant contact with loss. Then a different influence arrived, quieter than grief and more subtle than fatigue. 3 months earlier, during a weekend visit to Amal's cousin Nadine offered a small paper packet wrapped in wax foil. Nadine described the contents with soft seriousness, not with excitement. A microdose, Nadine said. Not for escape, for perspective. Nadine worked in design and spoke about cognitive ruts the way Amal's office spoke about traffic flow. Nadine claimed a tiny amount of psilocybin softened rigid thinking for a day. Nadine also warned about risks. Anxiety, nausea, unplanned emotion, and the danger relying on any substance as a substitute for honest coping. Amal hesitated. She disliked losing control. Her entire career depended on composure. Yet Amal also recognized personal stiffness hardening into a flaw, the sealed door habit that kept pain contained while also keeping joy out. Amal accepted the packet with reluctance and kept the packet in a kitchen drawer for weeks, untouched. Like an invitation Amal did not want to answer. On a Friday evening, after a long week of notices and signatures, Amal chose to try the smallest amount Nadine had marked. Amal did not drive. Amal did not go to work. Amal stayed home with water, food, and a notebook. Amal treated the decision like a medical trial, not like recreation. Effects arrived slowly, not as hallucination, as shift. Colors did not explode. Walls did not melt. Instead, attention changed shape. Ordinary objects gained a kind of moral clarity. The kettle's dent looked less like damage and more like a record of endurance. The kitchen chair looked like a witness, not a tool. The bedsheet looked like a landscape of touch rather than a household task. Amal noticed how often Amal's breath stopped mid-exhale during stress and restarted only after a decision. Thoughts arrived as linked images, then as sentences with sharper honesty. A municipal form appeared in Amal's mind as a blank face. A family's living room appeared as a beating heart. She felt the disconnect like a physical gap. Amal cried without a trigger. She cried with surprise at the ease. She cried for Samer's future illness Amal had not yet met, a grief that felt premature and irrational but also instructive. The body sometimes rehearses what the mind will later recognize. Amal wrote in the notebook, "Corners are not only cloth. Corners are decisions. Corners show what breaks first." The effect faded by morning. No miracle occurred. No permanent transformation arrived. Yet a small aftertaste remained, a wider angle on life, a brief ability to hold contradiction without snapping. The wider angle did not solve the city. The wider angle did not remove Amal's job. The wider angle did not reduce the weight of keys. The wider angle did something more modest and therefore more useful. The wider angle reminded Amal that attention could be an ethical act, even when outcomes stayed grim. Now, on this evening, standing by the shelf with a folded sheet, Amal remembered the notebook line, "Corners show what breaks first." Amal looked at the keys and understood something with sudden firmness. The job would continue, asking Amal to flatten complex lives into clean reports. She could not stop the machine. She could stop Amal's own soul from becoming a machine. Amal picked up a pen. She opened a fresh notebook, not an official binder. She wrote a single sentence with deliberate grammar. Record what matters, even when the record changes nothing today. Amal closed the notebook. She placed the notebook in a drawer next to the spare batteries and the tea bags. She chose a location on purpose. The location made the notebook ordinary. The location made the notebook accessible. The location made the practice repeatable. Amal turned off the kitchen light and left the room. Keys tapped bone again as Amal walked toward bed. Sleep would arrive imperfectly, because conscience rarely grants deep rest. Still, Amal laid a palm on the sheet's folded edge before closing the bedroom door, the way a person touches a railing before stepping into darkness. A city waited for morning. A woman waited with the city. A lesson waited inside cloth. Fine corners, then smooth, then continue. Chapter 2, Registry of Doors. Name something and an institution can file it. Rename something and an institution can pretend the earlier version never stood there. The municipal headquarters rose 8 stories above a roundabout that behaved like a permanent argument. Traffic circled with exhausted discipline. Horns sounded like punctuation from drivers who never learned restraint. Amal walked past the churn every morning and felt the same private irony. The city demanded order outside while generating disorder inside. A side entrance admitted employees who preferred invisibility. A security guard nodded without curiosity. Because curiosity costs energy and the building demanded thrift. Amal passed through the metal detector, scanned an ID badge, and climbed 2 flights of stairs instead of taking the elevator. The stairwell smelled of damp concrete and yesterday's rain. The address registry unit occupied a long room, divided by low partitions. Fluorescent lights pressed down on everyone equally, flattening skin tone and mood into a single bureaucratic shade. Wall maps hung in layers, zoning overlays, planned corridors, utility routes. Each layer advertised development while quietly forecasting removal. Amal sat at a workstation facing the archive cabinet. Drawer labels appeared in block letters. Rezoned vacated under review. Demolition authorized. The labels looked clinical. The labels functioned as tombstones. Marwan ran the unit. He spoke in clipped directives, not in conversation. He valued output, not reflection, because reflection slowed throughput. Marwan placed a file on Amal's desk. Update Sector 72, Marwan said. Street 9 gets renamed. Renumber both sides. Merge 2 parcels. Inactivate prior entries. Utilities need a revised grid before noon. Marwan's tone carried no cruelty. His tone carried a different hazard. Practice attachment. Amal opened the folder and studied the redevelopment packet. A color map showed a thick red corridor slicing through a block of homes. The narrative page called the corridor an enhanced transit spine. The phrase tried to sound heroic. Amal recognized the district. She had measured those apartments. She had stood near that tailor shop. She had noticed the grocery stall that stayed open late because families bought bread after overtime. Recognition did not change the assignment, but recognition changed the weight. Amal logged into the database. The software looked modern until anyone touched it. Drop-down menus nested like traps. Validation rules rejected punctuation without explanation. Save button sat close enough to delete to encourage mistakes. The interface had one strength. The interface remembered everything until someone ordered forgetting. Amal navigated to the district grid and pulled up Street 9. The record displayed familiar fields: street code, numbering logic, parcel identifiers, occupant classification, service endpoints. The page looked clean. The page had lies behind alphanumeric strings. Rasha rolled a chair over from the adjacent cubicle. Rasha spoke in a low voice, as if volume might trigger consequences. Street 9 again? Rasha asked. Amal kept her eyes on the monitor. Street 9, Amal answered. Rasha's expression tightened. That lane used to have another name, Rasha said. My uncle still calls it Street 4. Amal nodded once. Old names cling longer than new paint, Amal said. Rasha returned to her screen and began typing at a speed that sounded like anger pretending to be productivity. Amal started the change sequence. First, Amal opened the street name field and replaced Street 9 with Boulevard of Civic Renewal. The new title sounded like propaganda written by someone who never packed a kitchen. Second, Amal reset the numbering system using the planning department's curb cut logic, which treated doorways like endpoints in a flowchart. Third, Amal merged 2 parcels into one administrative unit, collapsing separate households into a single compensation line item. Fourth, Amal marked the previous entries as inactive. The database's polite synonym for erasure. Each action required a confirmation click. Each confirmation presented a standardized prompt. Are you sure? As if certainty belonged to the user rather than to the institution that demanded the outcome. Amal clicked yes. A refresh blinked across the screen. Street 9 disappeared from active search results. Boulevard of Civic Renewal took its place with immediate legitimacy, like a false witness accepted by a tired court. A thin wave of nausea rose behind Amal's sternum. Amal stood, walked to the water dispenser, filled a paper cup, and drank slowly. The room hummed with keyboards, printers, and phones. From the hallway, the unit sounded efficient. Up close, the sound resembled a quiet demolition performed with keystrokes. Amal returned to the desk and opened the utilities notification template. Electricity, water, telecom, sanitation. The template treated residents as service nodes, not as people. The template never used the word family. Amal typed a new code set and attached a revised grid. She moved to click send, then stopped. A memory surfaced from 2 nights earlier, shaped by a carefully measured microdose of psilocybin that Amal's cousin Nadine had labeled with almost clinical caution. Nadine had framed the dose as a lens, not a getaway. Small, controlled at home, no driving, no errands, no bravado. Amal had followed every precaution because Amal distrusted chaos. The effect had arrived without fireworks. No metingos, no cartoon colors. Instead, attention widened like a camera pulling back. Ordinary objects gained moral sharpness. A dented kettle looked less like damage and more like endurance recorded in metal. A faded map looked less like paper and more like a family archive with streets as sentences. That evening, Amal had traced an old lane on a printed map from her father's drawer and felt something unsettlingly precise. Renaming could function as burial without graves. The thought had landed with the force of a legal ruling, not with the haze of fantasy. Now, facing the send button, Amal felt the same clarity press forward. Amal could not halt the project. She could not reverse the signatures. She could not soften the corridor's appetite. Amal could choose a smaller intervention, documentation that refused to lie by omission. Amal opened the optional internal notes panel, a section most employees ignored because the section did not appear on external reports. Amal wrote in complete sentences with specific reference. This street previously operated under 2 colloquial names, Street 9 and Street 4. A neighborhood market occupies the southeast corner and serves as an informal landmark for residents. A tailor shop on the ground floor supports multiple tenant households above the premises. A senior resident at parcel 72 to 19 relies on a window ledge for balance. Relocation outreach must include accessibility screening. A single-parent household at parcel 72 to 23 includes a child with limited mobility. The household requires coordinated support during the move. Parcel merging may generate compensation disputes because valuation will obscure household separation. Amal saved the notes, then sent the utilities update. Rasha leaned over again. Deadline met? Rasha asked. Marwan will receive completion, Amal said. Approval belongs to someone with a different title. At 11:48 a.m., Marwan appeared at Amal's station with a clipboard. He scanned the printed grid in the outgoing tray and nodded, satisfied by the presence of numbers in the correct alignment. Good, Marwan said. Start the next packet after lunch. Marwan walked away without seeing the internal notes, because Marwan never looked for what could not be quantified. Amal stared at the screen again and felt a disorienting shift, like entering a familiar building and finding the staircase relocated. The database now insisted Boulevard of Civic Renewal had always existed. The system's confidence felt almost insulting. Amal closed the registry program and opened a blank document. She wrote a private memo, not for Marwan, not for legal, not for archives. She wrote for Amal, because private truth sometimes needs a place to live. Amal typed. Administrative revision occurred at 10:22 a.m. resident reality, did not revise at 10:22 a.m. official language will frame displacement as progress. Personal ethics require preserving cross-references, so the city cannot pretend ignorance later. Amal saved the file under a deliberately bland title, Grid Cross-Reference. Blanticle survivodits. Lunch happened in a small courtyard behind the building, a space with 3 struggling trees and 1 bench that radiated heat. Amal ate without appetite and watched pigeons fight over crumbs with absurd seriousness. A breeze carried exhaust from the roundabout. An intern sat 2 benches away and asked too casually, "Is registry work difficult?" Amal considered the wording. Registry work demands accuracy, Amal said. The intern nodded, satisfied by the technical answer. Amal added, registry work also demands restraint because accuracy can still hurt people. The intern blinked, unsure where to place that sentence, then returned to a phone screen. After lunch, Amal re-entered the unit. Another folder waited in the in tray. Another location waited for revised labels. Another set of households waited for an invisible administrative death, followed later by a physical move. Amal sat down, placed both hands on the keyboard, and began again, careful, steady, unwilling to let repetition turn conscience into static. Chapter 3, Chalk and Lemon Light. Samar entered Amal's life through a corridor that smelled like chalk dust and boiled lentils. The corridor belonged to a public school built in the decade when cities still believed courtyards could civilize noise. Amal arrived for a municipal verification visit, not a social call. The address registry unit had flagged the building because the planning office intended to shift a side gate and redraw the pedestrian approach. The memo described improved flow. Amal had learned that flow usually meant someone would lose something. A clipboard sat under Amal's arm. A tape measure rode in Amal's pocket. A folder stamp site adjustment pressed against Amal's ribs like a flat weight. Amal expected a guard, a principal, a signature, then exit. A teacher appeared instead. Samar held a stack of student notebooks against his chest like fragile cargo. Chalk dust salted his fingertips. A thin white line traced one knuckle, then disappeared into skin, the residue of a life spent writing and erasing. Municipality? Samar asked, eyes flicking to Amal's badge. Address registry. Amal said, verification and access mapping. Samar nodded once, as if the word belonged to a dialect he already understood. Walk with Samar, Samar said. Waiting makes adults mean. Walking keeps everyone functional. Samar did not ask permission to lead. He moved the way a good teacher moves. Quiet confidence, no show, no apology. Amal followed down the corridor. Student voices leaked from classrooms in bursts, recitation, laughter, a chair scraping like complaint. Samar navigated the hallway with practiced ease, sidestepping a cluster of boys without shaming them, pressing a palm lightly to one shoulder as a gentle redirect rather than a push. At the stair landing, Amal paused and looked down. The treads were narrow. The risers varied slightly. The handrail ended 2 steps too soon. Samar noticed the pause. Old stairs, Samar said, built for smaller crowds. Now everyone changes rooms at the same minute. Congestion turned polite kids into collisions. Amal pulled the tape measure and checked the width. She wrote a line in the margin box the form technically did not allow. The line stayed factual, not sentimental. Peak crowding at 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock. Fall risk at stair landing. Samar watched the pen move. You write extra, Samar said. Extra prevents regret, Amal said. Samar's mouth lifted at one corner, brief and sincere, like a door opening just enough to show light. They reached the principal's office. The principal signed a request, said the usual phrases about progress, and offered tea that nobody drank. Amal checked gate clearance, hinge condition, and emergency access. She confirmed the new layout would not block evacuation routes. She did the job cleanly, because clean work prevents later arguments. When the paperwork ended, Amal expected Samar to disappear back into the classroom like a man returning to duty. Samar stayed. Tea? Samar asked. Cafeteria makes something close enough. Amal's schedule did not include tea. Her body wanted warmth anyway. She followed Samar to cafeteria, telling her own instincts not to read the invitation as risk. The cafeteria smelled of detergent, cumin, and oranges sliced too early. The tea came in thin glasses, too hot at first, too cold too soon. Samar added mint with the seriousness of a chemist. Samar set his notebooks on the table and opened one. A title sat at the top of a page in tidy handwriting. Words students ask about. Under the title, a list, melancholy, granite, joining, consequence, mercy. Beside each entry, a child's drawing filled the margin. A star, a bus with square wheels, a rectangle that became a house. Amal pointed at joining. Why that word? Amal asked. Samer's expression shifted into something careful. A student wanted a word for two things becoming one, without either thing disappearing, Samer said. The student kept asking whether joining always hurts. The question landed in Amal's chest with quiet force. She had spent years watching the city join neighborhoods into projects, join parcels into compensation units, join families into statistics. That kind of joining always hurt. Sometimes joining hurts, Amal said. Sometimes joining saves. Samer closed a notebook gently. That's the best definition Samer has heard, Samer said. Amal did not smile fully. She felt watched not by Samer, by the possibility that a simple conversation could become a hinge in a life. Samer asked, "Does your job always change places?" "My job records change as other people order," Amal said. Samer nodded slowly. "So your job lives near endings," Samer said. Amal preferred fewer metaphors, but Amal also recognized accuracy. "Yes," Amal said. Samer did not try to comfort. "Endings teach," Samer said. "The question is what they teach you." Amal looked down at the tea glass, watching mint leaves float and settle. "Endings teach attention," Amal said. Attention is the only thing Amal can give without lying. Samer held the silence for a beat, then said, "That sounds expensive." "It is," Amal said. Samer's tone stayed steady. "Expensive things deserve protection," Samer said. Amal heard the sentence the way Amal heard a good clause in a contract. Clear, enforceable, and dangerously sincere. Their relationship did not begin with romance. Their relationship began with repeated, practical contact. Samer called the registry unit twice that month to clarify school access notices. Amal answered both times and noticed Samer asked precise questions rather than trying to charm. He did not flirt. He treated Amal like a competent professional first, which is a rare kind of respect. Samer began saving small observations for later. "The west stairwell needs a second handrail," Samer said one afternoon. "The kindergarten gate latch sticks." Amal logged the issues. She followed up. She did not promise resolution. She ensured the problems existed on record. One evening, Samer asked, "Do you ever miss being unobserved?" Amal answered honestly, "Yes." Samer's gaze stayed gentle, not intrusive. "Samer misses being believed," Samer said. Amal felt that sentence land with strange comfort. Both professions, teacher and registry, require persuading people who would rather avoid reality. Both professions invite exhaustion. The symmetry made Samer feel familiar faster than Amal expected. A week later, Samer invited Amal to a bookstore that sold used textbooks, cracked dictionaries, and slim poetry volumes that looked like contraband without needing to be. He browsed like a carpenter testing wood grain. Amal watched Samer's hands flip pages carefully, as if every book carried a person's fingerprint history. Samer asked, "What do you read when nobody expects anything from you?" Amal answered, "Old maps." Amal said, "Streets that no longer exist." Samer's eyes warmed. "Maps are honest," Samer said. "Maps admit change." Amal replied, "Maps also lie," Amal said. "Maps pretend the scale is fair." Samer smiled. "Samer likes that you argue with objects," Samer said. Samer smiled. "Samer likes that you argue with objects," Samer said. Amal answered, "Objects deserve interrogation. Objects do not pretend." Samer laughed softly, the first unguarded laugh Amal heard. The sound made the bookstore feel less like a shop and more like a small sanctuary carved out of ordinary life. Marriage came quietly. No grand hall. No public performance. A small gathering, clear vows, and an agreement that mattered more than ceremony. Show up, speak plainly, do not counterfeit care. They rented a third-floor apartment with a balcony deep enough for 2 chairs and a narrow table. The balcony faced a street where horns argued daily. Afternoon sun reached the balcony at an angle that made dusk look almost pretty. 1 week after the move-in, a neighbor knocked and offered a plant. "The neighbor is leaving," the neighbor said. "Take it or it dies." Amal expected a fern. She received a lemon sapling with stubborn leaves and a trunk thin enough to look fragile. The neighbor added, This thing survives out of spite. Sammer carried the pot to the balcony corner, where light stayed longest. He set the sapling down carefully, as if placing a small animal. Spite can be redirected, Sammer said. Spite can also teach persistence, Amal said. The lemon tree did not bloom immediately. The lemon tree did not reward effort quickly. The lemon tree simply stayed alive, which felt like a small victory in a city trained to remove. Sammer installed a hook beside the door for Amal's keyring. Amal asked, "Why?" Sammer answered, "Because metal shouldn't bruise your wrist at home," Sammer said. Home should have fewer weapons. Amal hung the keys on a hook that night and felt a boundary form, thin, imperfect, real. Domestic life built itself from habits, not declarations. Sammer graded papers at the table. Amal reviewed municipal packets and marked issues in clean handwriting. Tea happened every evening at the same time unless the city interfered. Saturdays carried bread bought before sunrise, still warm, still smelling like patience. He kept the word students asked about notebook and added new entries the way other people add stamps to passports. One Saturday, Sammer wrote dignity and paused. Amal asked, "Why that one?" Sammer answered, "A student asked whether dignity could be taken." Sammer said dignity can be attacked. Dignity can also be defended. Amal replied, "Defended how?" Sammer looked toward the balcony where the lemon tree sat in light. "By treating people like people even when systems try to treat people like numbers," Sammer said. The sentence sounded like Sammer's teaching voice, gentle, firm, built to last. Amal leaned back in the chair and felt a quiet shift inside. She realized Amal had been living near endings for years. She had not been living near beginnings often enough. The lemon tree produced its first fruit late, small and pale, with skin slightly scarred by wind. Sammer picked it, held it up like evidence, and said, "Worth it." Amal asked, "Even if sour?" Sammer smiled. "Especially if sour," Sammer said. "Sour proves it's real." They sliced the lemon and squeezed it into water. The taste hit sharp. Sammer winced, then laughed. Amal laughed too, briefly, surprised by the sound. The balcony held 2 chairs, a table, and a stubborn tree. The apartment held 2 people learning how to build a home that would not collapse under ordinary stress. Nothing dramatic happened that night. No vow was spoken again. No prophecy arrived. Only this. Sammer returned to the table and kept grading papers. Amal folded a bedsheet and found the corners without needing help. The keys stayed on the hook, silent. The lemon tree leaves moved slightly in the wind, not begging, not praising, simply alive. Amal looked at Sammer and understood the chapter's quiet truth. Love does not always arrive as lightning. Sometimes love arrives as a steady light that makes dust visible and still convinces you to keep the window open. Chapter 4, Arithmetic of Nights. Count in the dark, and the dark becomes manageable. Count long enough, and counting turns into a vow. Keep the next minute from collapsing into panic. Yusuf arrived during the kind of winter that made the city sound metallic. Wind shoved rain sideways. Streetlights flickered like tired eyes. Water pooled at curbs and reflected headlights into trembling ribbons. Amal went into labor after midnight, when even the hospital corridors seemed surprised to be awake. Sammer drove with both hands locked on the steering wheel, jaw tight, breath measured. Amal sat in the passenger seat with a towel under her and a paper bag in her lap, not because Amal expected vomiting, but because Amal wanted something to hold. Holding an object gives the body an assignment. Assignments prevent spirals. At the hospital entrance, Sammer argued with guard about parking and won by refusing to raise his voice. His calm tone worked like leverage. People who expect anger do not know how to resist calm. Inside, a nurse checked Amal's vitals and asked routine questions. She answered each question with the same precision Amal used at work. Full sentences, clear nouns, no theatricality. Pain does not require performance. Pain already speaks loudly. Labor lasted long enough to exhaust everyone's vocabulary. Amal learned a fact no one advertises. The body can feel like a stranger when the body takes over. Control becomes a rumor. Breath becomes a tool. Time becomes a narrow hallway with no doors. Samer stayed close, not hovering, not collapsing into helplessness. He offered water. He adjusted pillows. He kept a hand on Amal's shoulder with gentle pressure, the way a teacher steadies a student without embarrassing the student. When the final contraction hit, Amal gripped Samer's wrist hard enough to leave a mark and did not apologize. She felt the last push split the world into before and after. Yusuf entered the room with a sharp cry that sounded like accusation, then softened into a steadier rhythm. A doctor announced the baby's weight and heart rate. A nurse cleaned and wrapped the newborn with practiced speed. Someone placed Yusuf on Amal's chest. Yusuf's eyes stayed closed. His mouth held a serious line, as if the newborn already disapproved of cold air and fluorescent light. Amal stared at Yusuf's small face and felt fear arrive alongside love. Love arrives like light. Fear arrives like a shadow attached to that light. Samer leaned in, kissed Amal's forehead, then looked at Yusuf as if looking at a difficult question with no shortcut. "Hello," Samer said, voice low. "Hello, Yusuf." Yusuf yawned and tightened tiny fingers around Amal's skin with surprising strength. The grip did not hurt. The grip claimed. The first weeks at home taught a different kind of math. Daytime blurred, nighttime sharpened. The apartment's balcony door rattled under wind. The lemon tree shivered and still held leaves. The kettle whistled at odd hours. Neighbors moved furniture. A motorcycle roared in the alley like a spiteful animal. Yusuf slept in fragments. He woke in demands. He cried with conviction, as if the newborn believed volume could reorganize reality. Amal discovered the cruel truth of sleep deprivation. Reason weakens, patience thins, and even love can feel like a task list. She did not resent Yusuf. She resented the biological facts that made everyone fragile at once. Samer responded to Yusuf's cry with a strategy that looked ridiculous and worked anyway. Samer stood up, lifted Yusuf upright against his chest, and began reciting multiplication tables. 2 times 1 is 2, Samer said, pacing slowly across the living room. 2 times 2 is 4. 2 times 3 is 6. Amal watched, half amused, half relieved. Samer's voice stayed steady, not soothing in the syrupy way that irritates infants, but steady in a way that suggests structure exists. Yusuf's crying did not stop immediately. His crying changed shape first, less sharp, more uncertain, like a storm losing discipline. Samer continued. 3 times 1 is 3. 3 times 2 is 6. 3 times 3 is 9. A strange calm spread through the room. Amal realized the calm did not come from the baby alone. The calm came from pattern. The human nervous system loves pattern, especially when the body feels cornered. Amal asked, "Why multiplication?" Samer answered without breaking cadence. "Because multiplication never argues," Samer said. "Numbers do what numbers promise. At 3 a.m., reliability matters." Yusuf's eyelids fluttered. Yusuf's body loosened. Yusuf's breath slowed into a rhythm that matched Samer's steps. Samer finished the table and whispered, 10 times 10 is 100. Like concluding a prayer, Yusuf slept. Amal exhaled and felt gratitude so intense it almost hurt. A week later, Amal tried to copy the trick. Amal held Yusuf, paced near the balcony, and attempted, "4 times 4 is 16, with a voice that sounded too serious. He screamed harder, offended by Amal's stiff delivery. Samer took Yusuf gently, as if taking a fragile instrument from a clumsy musician. "Voice matters," Samer said. "Precision without warmth becomes noise." Amal frowned. "I can do warm," Amal said. Samer smiled briefly. "Warm exists," Samer said. "Warm needs practice." Amal did not argue. She watched. She practiced. That night, Amal tried again, this time softer, slower, allowing breath to carry the numbers instead of forcing the numbers out. 5 times 1 is 5, Amal said. 5 times 2 is 10. Yusuf cried, then paused as if listening, then cried again, then paused again. The pause mattered. The pause meant Yusuf had noticed. Amal continued. 5 times 3 is 15. Yusuf's crying thinned to a whimper. His forehead relaxed, his fists unclenched. By the time Amal reached 5 times 5, Yusuf slept. Amal felt an unexpected satisfaction, not pride, not triumph, something calmer, competence. Motherhood had introduced Amal to a new kind of skill. Municipal work required accuracy. Parenting required attunement. Accuracy can be learned quickly. Attunement takes time. 3 months after birth, Amal accepted another microdose at home on a Saturday afternoon. After confirming Samar would stay present, and after confirming no plans required driving, she did not chase novelty. She chased reflection without collapse. The effect arrived as a shift in attention. Amal sat by the balcony window, with Yusuf asleep in a bassinet nearby. Sunlight fell across the lemon tree's leaves and made the leaves look glossy, almost unreal. She listened to buildings' ordinary sounds, water running in a neighbor's sink, a distant television, footsteps above, then noticed the way the sounds arranged themselves into layers instead of chaos. Amal thought about Samar's numbers at night. Under the microdose widened lens, the multiplication tables looked less like a calming trick and more like a philosophy. Impose pattern gently, and fear loses ground. Do not shout at the dark. Offer the dark something consistent. Amal wrote a sentence in a notebook kept beside the tea bags. Pattern does not defeat pain. Pattern prevents panic from hiring pain as a spokesperson. Amal watched Yusuf's chest rise and fall. She realized fear had been counting too. Counting dangers, counting worst-case outcomes, counting the ways love could be punished by fate. The microdose did not erase fear. The microdose made fear readable. Readable fear becomes negotiable. Unreadable fear becomes command. Samar walked in and saw Amal writing. "What did you find?" Samar asked. Amal answered honestly. "I found the reason your tables work." Amal said, "The tables make a promise the night can't break." Samar nodded, then looked toward Yusuf. "The night still breaks things," Samar said. "The tables help us keep our hands steady anyway." Amal closed a notebook and felt a quiet respect for Samar's realism. Optimism can insult suffering. Realism can hold suffering without worshiping suffering. As weeks turned into months, Amal and Samar developed a system. Samar took the first half of the night. Amal took the second. A small whiteboard on the fridge tracked feedings, diaper changes, and sleep windows. The whiteboard looked like a project schedule, and the schedule saved them. Exhaustion makes people petty. Structure gives people room to stay kind. When Yusuf cried, Samar alternated between tables and stories. Amal alternated between humming and slow walking. Neither parent pretended instinct alone would carry them. Both parents treated parenthood like craft. Repetition with attention. The lemon tree on the balcony did not bloom that first year. The lemon tree simply stayed alive. Amal decided that survival counted as success. One night, after Yusuf finally slept, Amal and Samar sat on the balcony chairs with 2 cups of tea cooling too fast in winter air. Samar asked, "Do you think Yusuf understands anything yet?" Amal answered, "Yusuf understands rhythm." Amal said, "Yusuf understands presence. He understands that someone returns." Samar looked out at the streetlights and said, "Then the work is working." Amal listened to the city's noise and realized the apartment felt different now. The apartment no longer belonged only to 2 adults negotiating grief and labor. The apartment had become a small training ground for continuity. Amal felt a familiar municipal instinct to measure and record, but now the subject was not a door or a staircase. The subject was a family's ability to keep showing up for itself at 2 a.m. Amal turned toward Samar. "Numbers saved me this week," Amal said. Samar replied, "Then keep counting," Samar said. "Count until counting turns into muscle." From the bassinet inside, Yusuf made a small sound and settled again. Amal held the warm tea glass between both palms, as if holding a compact piece of certainty. The night remained winter. The city remained loud. Risk remained real. Still, inside the apartment, 2 adults had built something sturdier than comfort. They had built method. Chapter 5, Marginal Notes. Paper can look innocent while paper performs violence. Ink can feel clean while ink authorizes harm. Amal learned that the darkest damage rarely announces itself with noise. The darkest damage arrives formatted, numbered, and stamped. A new directive landed on Amal's desk on a Monday that began with a dust-brown sunrise. The memo did not threaten. The memo did not insult. The memo used a calm voice of procedure. Subject: standardization of field reports. Action: remove non-essential narrative content. Rationale: reduce subjective language. Improve processing velocity. Marwan read the memo aloud during the morning briefing, then added an instruction of his own. Keep reports tight, Marwan said. Keep them factual. Keep them defensible. Rash's jaw clenched. A clerk 2 desks down smirked like someone who enjoyed watching ethics lose a fight. Amal wrote the instruction on a sticky note anyway. Remove narrative. She placed the note under the keyboard. She did not plan to obey the spirit. She planned to obey the letter and keep the truth alive elsewhere. The city wanted silence. Amal wanted a record. Amal had learned the professional paradox. Institutions praise transparency while engineering opacity. The memo described subjective language, but the memo targeted one specific practice: Amal's habit of writing human detail in margins. Those details slowed demolition schedules by forcing questions. Those questions triggered callbacks. Those callbacks created friction. Friction cost money. Money outrank memory. That afternoon, Marwan handed Amal a thick packet labeled Phase Clearance Priority. The packet contained addresses, timelines, and an annex titled Escalation Pathways, a euphemism that translated into pressure tactics. Marwan said, "Go early. Residents need to see presence. Presence reduces surprises." Amal understood the real objective. Presence increases compliance when compliance requires fear. Amal left the headquarters with the key ring on her wrist and the packet under her arm. Heat pressed down. Dust-coated windshields. The city looked washed out, as if sunlight had bleached every surface into resignation. The first address sat at the end of a lane too narrow for municipal vehicles. Amal walked. Shopkeepers stared. Children watched from balconies like small judges. A building manager met Amal at the entrance and offered a rehearsed smile. "Everyone cooperative," the manager said. "Everyone understands progress." Amal did not trust the sentence. "Everyone understands pressure," Amal thought, then kept that thought private. The stairwell smelled like frying oil, damp laundry, and a faint trace of mold. On the 3rd floor, Amal knocked. A man opened the door and held a frame with one hand, as if preventing collapse. The man's eyes flicked to Amal's badge, then to Amal's clipboard, then to Amal's keys. The man spoke carefully, like someone negotiating with a weapon that pretended to be paperwork. Notice came, the man said. Amal answered with full clarity. "The municipality requires measurements for relocation processing," Amal said. "The municipality also requires confirmation of occupants for compensation." The man stepped aside. A woman stood behind the man, arms crossed, chin lifted. A child stood near a couch, chewing a sleeve, watching Amal without blinking. Amal entered. She removed shoes because the tile looked clean enough to respect. She did not comment on the room. She did not comment on the child. She began the technical steps: wall length, window height, door width, ceiling clearance. The man followed Amal from room to room, speaking in short bursts. "New place small," the man said. "Money late. Landlord already asking." Each sentence landed like a brick tossed toward someone who could not catch. The woman stayed near the kitchen and pretended not to listen. Pretending is a survival behavior. Pretending reduces shame. Amal reached the back bedroom. A narrow mattress sat on the floor. A cabinet door hung slightly crooked. A small plastic bag of documents rested on a shelf above the mattress, tied tight like a life raft. Amal asked, "Is the document bag for relocation claims?" The man nodded. "Everything," the man said. "Birth certificates, school papers, medical files, debt letters." Amal wrote the required numbers. Then Amal saw something that changed the temperature in the room. A closet stood half open. Inside the closet hung 3 garments, men's shirts, pressed and spaced evenly, as if someone had tried to impose dignity on chaos. Under the garments sat a pair of shoes with dust on the toes. The shoes looked unused. The shoes looked preserved. Amal asked, Who owns those shoes? The man's face tightened. The man answered without sound at first. The woman's arms dropped. The child stopped chewing. The woman said, "My brother." Amal kept her voice steady. "Does your brother live here?" The woman shook her head once. "My brother lived here," the woman said. "My brother died." Silence filled the room with pressure. The closet air felt colder, as if grief had lowered the temperature. Amal did not say, "I'm sorry," because "I'm sorry" can sound like an exit. She said something narrower and more honest. "I will note personal belongings requiring careful handling," Amal said. The man's eyes watered. The man wiped his face with the heel of a hand, angry at the water, angry at himself. "Do not let them throw," the man said. "Please." Amal could not promise. Amal also could not leave the closet unrecorded. Amal wrote. In the margin, the memo demanded she erase. Closet contains deceased family members' clothing. Family requests preservation during move. Dispose only with explicit consent. The words felt small. The words felt inadequate. Still, the words existed. Existence mattered. The woman stared at the note and whispered, "Thank you," then turned away quickly, ashamed of gratitude, because gratitude should not be required for basic respect. Amal completed the form and obtained signatures. She stepped back into the stairwell with lungs tight. Outside, sunlight struck the street like a blunt object. Amal visited 5 addresses that day. At the second address, Amal found a grandmother sleeping in a chair because the bed belonged to the child with asthma. The grandmother's medicine sat on a tray labeled with a marker, morning, noon, night. The labels had the grim clarity of triage. At the third address, Amal found a man dismantling a bookshelf while arguing with a creditor on speakerphone. The creditor's voice sounded bored. The man's voice sounded desperate. The shelves held textbooks with notes in the margins, the kind of margins Amal recognized. Private truth pressed into cheap paper. At the fourth address, Amal found a teenage boy with a bruised cheek who insisted the bruise came from sports. The bruise shape suggested knuckles, not a ball. She did not interrogate. She recorded the boy's presence anyway, because existence on the list meant potential assistance later. At the fifth address, Amal found a locked room within a locked apartment. The resident refused to open the inner door and spoke through it, voice trembling with fury. "Nothing there," the resident said. Amal heard the lie. She also heard terror behind the lie. Amal said, "No entry required. I will note restricted access and proceed." The resident exhaled. The resident said, "You are not like the others," as if difference might become safety. Amal carried that sentence out into the street and felt it burn. That evening, Amal returned to the office and submitted reports. Marwan flipped pages, eyes scanning numbers like a machine scanning barcodes. Marwan paused at Amal's margin note about the closet. His finger tapped the paper. "This section," Marwan said, "remove, not relevant." Amal kept her tone even. "The note prevents mishandling claims," Amal said. "Claims create delays." Marwan frowned. "Claims get handled by legal," Marwan said. "Our unit feeds legal. We do not write feelings." Amal answered, "The note is not feeling. The note is risk control." Marwan stared, calculating. He cared about risk when risk threatened schedules. He did not care about dignity when dignity threatened budgets. Marwan said, "Fine, keep one line, not a paragraph." Amal nodded and walked away with the file still intact. A victory measured in millimeters still counts when the wall is closing. At home, Amal washed hands again, then sat at the kitchen table instead of standing. The table looked too big, without Samer's notebook spread across it. The empty space made the apartment feel like a courtroom after the verdict, quiet and irreversible. Amal opened the private notebook kept beside the tea bags. She did not write poetry. She did not write confession. She wrote documentation, because documentation was a language Amal trusted. Amal wrote, "Witness a closet preserved as a shrine. The city will treat the shrine as clutter. Observed a grandmother placed on a chair to protect a child's lungs. Bureaucracy will not measure lung capacity. Heard debt spoken like a leash. Noted bruising inconsistent with stated cause. Recorded occupant anyway. Felt the city using improvement as camouflage for extraction. The list did not relieve Amal. The list prevented denial. Then Amal took a microdose, smaller than before, measured with Nadine's labeling system, and taken only because Amal would stay home, remain hydrated, and avoid driving. Amal did not pursue distortion. Amal pursued a reduction in psychic numbness. Because numbness had begun to feel like an internal eviction, the effect arrived as a tightening of detail. Edges sharpened. The lemon tree's leaf veins became visible like tiny street grids. The kettle's dent looked like a scar with a story. The overhead light hummed with a steady frequency that felt like a warning. Amal's mind replayed the day's closets, medication trays, bruises, locked doors. Under the altered lens, each scene aligned into a single pattern. People trying to protect one thing the city could not quantify. Amal understood something darker than sadness. Amal understood moral injury. A person can survive grief. A person can survive exhaustion. A person struggles to survive participation in harm. Amal sat very still and watched her own breath. She noticed how often breath paused, as if the body expected punishment for inhaling. Amal whispered a sentence to the empty room, not as prayer as instruction. "Do not become indifferent," Amal said. Indifference is the city's preferred employee. The microdose did not provide comfort. The microdose provided confrontation. Confrontation hurts. Confrontation also keeps a person awake. Amal stood, walked to the balcony, and touched the lemon tree's trunk lightly, 2 fingers only, like checking a pulse. The tree remained alive. Survival remained possible. Inside, a neighbor slammed a cabinet door. Outside, a car alarm screamed and then stopped, embarrassed by its own drama. Amal returned to the table and wrote one more line in the notebook, a line shaped like a rule. Margins exist because forms refuse truth. Amal closed the notebook and placed it back beside the tea bags, because hiding the notebook in a special place would turn the notebook into a relic. She wanted the notebook to remain a tool, not a monument. Amal turned off the light and walked to bed. Keys lay on the hooks Sammer had installed, silent metal resting like an accusation that would wake again at dawn. Chapter 6. Dust Season's First Cough. Begin illness as a small sound. Let that sound repeat. Allow repetition to turn a nuisance into a warning. Spring arrived with wind that carried grit like a fine accusation. The city's air looked normal from far away, then felt abrasive up close. Cars collected a beige film by noon. Windowsills grew a soft crust. Throats dried faster than water glasses could recover. Dust season always came, but that year dust season stayed longer, as if refusing to leave until everyone admitted vulnerability. Sammer dismissed the first cough as irritation. He blamed the classroom chalk. He blamed the copy room toner. He blamed the air that never learned restraint. Amal heard the cough at breakfast. Sammer lifted a cup of tea, coughed once into a fist, then smiled like the cough belonged to someone else. The chalk finally collected interest. Sammer said, "Try and humor the way a person tries a lock with the wrong key and pretends a failure does not matter." Amal watched Sammer's mouth after the joke. His lips looked slightly pale at the edges. His eyelids blinked slower than usual. She noticed those details because Amal's job had trained attention into reflex. She never enjoyed having that reflex at home. "Drink water," Amal said. Sammer nodded and drank. He coughed again, softer, then spoke over the sound as if speaking could overwrite it. "School day long," Sammer said. Students louder. "Air worse." Nothing more. Amal did not argue immediately. Argument can turn an ordinary symptom into a contest. She preferred questions. "How long has the cough existed?" Amal asked. 3 days, Sammer answered. "Maybe 4. Amal measured her reply like careful drafting. "Doctor visit makes sense," Amal said. "At least rule out infection." Sammer's smile turned protective. "Doctor visit steals time," Sammer said. "Term ends soon. Students need the last chapter." Sammer spoke that phrase often. The last chapter. He treated curriculum like story. He treated closure like duty. Amal respected the impulse and feared the cost. The cough followed Samer into the apartment each evening. Samer stepped through the door, hung a jacket, washed hands, then coughed into the sink as if trying to keep the sound contained. Amal listened from the kitchen and recognized a change in texture. Early coughs sounded dry and shallow. New coughs sounded deeper, as a breath scraped the inside of a narrow pipe. Yusuf noticed before Amal wanted to admit it. Yusuf sat at the table coloring a building sketch, rectangles, stair shapes, a balcony line, and asked, "Dad, why does Dad sound like that?" Yusuf used the word Dad twice, as children do when trying to anchor fear to a known object. Samer ruffled Yusuf's hair and forced cheer into the tone. "Dad swallowed dust," Samer said. "Dad will win." Yusuf did not laugh. Yusuf stared at Samer's chest moving under his shirt and looked unconvinced. Amal said, "Dad will rest this weekend." Samer opened Samer's notebook of student words and pretended normalcy. He added a new entry, resilience. A small drawing sat beside the word, a stick figure holding an umbrella under a storm that refused to be polite. Amal watched the pen move and felt a cold thought rise. Even Samer's definitions had started preparing for loss. A week later, Samer's breathing changed while Samer spoke. The change was subtle, a small rasp between sentences, like pages turned too fast. Samer compensated by speaking quicker, as if speed could hide the pause. Amal recognized the tactic because Amal had used the same tactic while delivering bad news during field visits. Talk briskly, keep motion, prevent silence from widening. Silence widened anyway. During dinner, Samer lifted a fork, coughed hard, and set the fork down. His eyes watered. His shoulders tightened, then released. Amal pushed back her chair. "Doctor," Amal said, "tomorrow." Samer began protest. Amal cut the protest off with a sentence built like policy. "A teacher who collapses teaches nothing," Amal said. Samer stared at Amal, then nodded once, defeated by logic and fatigue. The clinic smelled like antiseptic and tired patients. A television played a morning talk show nobody watched. Posters on the wall displayed lungs drawn in cheerful colors that felt dishonest. A physician named Dr. Haney listened to Samer's chest with a stethoscope and frowned without dramatics. Dr. Haney asked about smoking. Samer answered no. Dr. Haney asked about allergies. Samer answered dust, chalk, and city air. Dr. Haney asked about fever. Samer answered none. Dr. Haney asked about weight loss. Samer hesitated, then admitted appetite had shrunk. Amal watched the hesitation. Hesitation revealed truth faster than speech. Dr. Haney ordered a chest x-ray. The radiology room felt colder than necessary. Samer stood still while the technician positioned Samer's body against the plate. Amal waited behind a line painted on the floor, like a boundary the body must obey. The x-ray image appeared on a screen in a gray fog of ribs and shadows. Dr. Haney studied the screen too long. Dr. Haney said carefully, "Inflammation appears. More tests required." Samer asked, "Infection?" Dr. Haney answered, "Possibility." Amal asked, "Other possibilities?" Dr. Haney answered, "Several." The clinic's language did what clinical language always does. It softened terror while leaving terror intact. Dr. Haney prescribed medication, recommended rest, and scheduled a follow-up. Samer accepted the paper, nodded politely, and walked out with the posture of someone trying to look unchanged. Outside the clinic, the street looked too bright, as if sunlight mocked private fear. Samer said, "Nothing confirmed." Amal replied, "Nothing ruled out." Samer opened the car door and paused, hand on the handle. "Please," Samer said, "do not frighten Yusuf." Amal answered, "I will not frighten Yusuf. She will also not lie." Samer flinched at his wife's use of her own name, a habit Amal adopted when Amal needed precision. Precision can sound harsh. Precision can also prevent collapse. Symptoms worsen anyway. Samer's cough arrived at night and woke Samer with a jolt. He sat upright, one hand braced on the mattress, breathing hard to the end of a coughing fit. Amal placed a glass of water on the nightstand and waited with a stillness learned from emergency corridors. Do not add noise to panic. One night, after Samer fell asleep exhausted, Amal stayed awake alone and made a decision that felt both desperate and methodical. Amal took a microdose. Amal did not take the substance to escape. She took the substance to face fear without turning fear into hysteria. She stayed in the apartment. She drank water. She wrote notes. She avoided the balcony rail because height can invite impulsive thinking during emotional instability. She treated the session like a controlled exposure to truth. The effect arrived in waves of heightened perception. Every breath in the room became audible. Samer's inhale sounded shallow, then scraped slightly at the end, like air dragged over sandpaper. Amal's own breathing sounded uneven, with small pauses that Amal had not noticed while sober. Under the altered lens, Amal could not pretend breath was automatic. Breath looked like work. Amal stared at Samer's chest rising under blanket and felt a terrible clarity. Every life depends on a repetitive action nobody can afford to neglect. Breath happens thousands of times each day, and people still treat breath as guaranteed. Amal opened a notebook and wrote a sentence that arrived with unsettling certainty. Denial functions as sedation. Sedation feels kind until sedation stops protecting. Amal heard a second sound. The lemon tree's leaves brushing the balcony glass and wind. A soft tick-tick like fingers on a window. The sound felt like a quiet request for attention. Amal stood, walked to the balcony door, and placed a palm on the glass. The wind outside carried dust. The dust stuck to the glass in a thin film. She imagined dust inside Samer's lungs and felt fury rise, not directed at any single person, directed at the city's indifference, at the way collective harm becomes normal. The microdose did not comfort. The microdose sharpened. Amal returned to the bedroom and sat in the chair near the bed. She watched Samer sleep, and the watching felt like work assigned by fate without consent. A thought arrived, dark, clean, uninvited. Samer may not be the kind of sick that ends with an antibiotic. Amal's stomach tightened. She wrote the thought in full words anyway, because unwritten terror multiplies in the body. Amal wrote, cough texture changed. Breath now audibles at rest. Fatigue increasing. Doctor language cautious. Next step must be escalation, not waiting. Then Amal closed a notebook and listened again. Samer coughed in sleep, once, twice, then settled. The cough sounded like a door trying to close on swollen hinges. Amal's eyes filled with tears that did not fall immediately. Tears waited, because Amal's body still believed control might prevent catastrophe. In the morning, Amal acted. Amal called Dr. Haney's office. She requested earlier testing. She requested referral. She used her municipal voice, calm, firm, procedural, because that voice moved systems. Samer overheard the phone call and looked betrayed. Samer said, wait. Samer said. Amal ended the call, turned, and answered without shouting. Waiting belongs to people with safe odds. Amal said. Samer does not have safe odds. Samer stared, then coughed, and the cough stole the next argument. Yusuf entered the kitchen at that moment, hair messy, eyes squinting. Yusuf looked from Amal to Samer and understood without explanation that something larger had entered the home. Yusuf asked, is Dad okay? Amal chose truth with controlled edge. Dad is sick, Amal said. Dad is getting help. Samer tried to smile. The smile failed halfway. Yusuf nodded slowly, then returned to the table and began drawing again, hand moving too fast, lines darker than usual. Children often respond to fear by building something that feels stable. Amal watched the drawing take shape. A staircase with wide steps, a doorway tall enough for Pride to pass through without scraping, a balcony corner marked with a small circle where a tree might live. Amal recognized the image as a plea. She also recognized the image as prophecy. Outside, wind pushed dust against windows. Inside, Samer's cough continued its patient work, turning a symptom into a countdown. Chapter 7, Hospitals of White Hours. Hospitals do not feel clean. Hospitals feel erased. A hospital takes a person's name, assigns a wristband, and replaces personal time with institutional time. The clock still moves, but the clock stops feeling like life. Samer's referral became an appointment, then a scan, then a second scan for comparison, then a specialist consult that required a different building with a different receptionist who spoke in a different tone. Each step sounded reasonable. The chain of steps formed a trap. Delay disguised as diligence. Amal learned that healthcare has its own dialect. The dialect avoids verbs that admit danger. The dialect uses follow-up instead of escalation. The dialect uses monitor instead of act. The dialect uses will see instead of we're worried. Dr. Haney forwarded Samer's file to a pulmonologist named Dr. Layla Fard. Dr. Fard spoke with calm precision and asked questions that landed like careful taps on a bruise. "Any night sweats?" Dr. Fard asked. Samer answered, "Sometimes." "Any appetite change?" Dr. Fard asked. Samer answered, "Yes." "Any fatigue that feels disproportionate?" Dr. Fard asked. Samer answered, "Yes, but teaching." Dr. Fard interrupted with a gentle hand gesture that stopped excuses without humiliating the speaker. "Teaching creates fatigue," Dr. Fard said. "Pathology creates fatigue with a different texture. I need that difference." Amal watched Samer's shoulders slump slightly, not from shame, from recognition. He had spent years teaching children to tell the truth, even when truth felt inconvenient. Now truth required the same discipline from Samer. A CT scan followed, then blood work, then bronchoscopy discussion with consent forms that described risks in sentences that pretended neutrality. Samer asked, "Is this necessary?" Dr. Fard answered, "This is the fastest path to clarity." Clarity sounded like mercy. Clarity also sounded like a door that might open onto bad news. Samer began hospitalization on a Tuesday that started with bright sunlight and ended with fluorescent glare. The intake nurse took Samer's temperature, blood pressure, oxygen saturation, and insurance details. The nurse asked Samer to confirm the spelling of Samer's name. The nurse asked Samer to repeat the same answers already written on a clipboard, because systems trust repetition more than memory. Samer's hospital room sat on the 6th floor, near an elevator that chimed too softly. The room contained 2 beds divided by a curtain, a rolling tray table, a plastic chair, and a call button labeled in optimistic fonts. The window faced another building's blank wall. The wall reflected light without offering view. Like a reminder, the city would keep existing while this room absorbed private catastrophe. Amal placed Samer's overnight bag in the chair. She arranged water bottles, tissues, and the small notebook Samer used for teaching words. She treated the room like a temporary project site. Order does not cure illness. Order reduces secondary damage. A hospital aide brought a gown and asked Samer to change. Samer held the gown and hesitated. "This feels humiliating," Samer said quietly. Amal answered, "This feels procedural." Amal said, "Humiliation grows when language feeds humiliation. Use different language." Samer looked at Amal, then nodded. "This is procedural," Samer repeated, like practicing a line before delivering it on stage. Samer changed. Amal folded Samer's clothes and placed a folded stack on the shelf, as if folded fabric might preserve dignity through sheer geometry. A respiratory therapist arrived and coached Samer through a breathing test. The therapist placed a clip on Samer's nose and handed Samer a mouthpiece connected to a machine that measured airflow. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled until lungs emptied into numbers. The machine beeped and printed a strip of paper. The therapist frowned slightly and said, "We'll run it again." Samer asked, "Why?" The therapist answered, "The device needs confirmation." The device did not need confirmation. The therapist needed time to choose words. Time inside the hospital did not behave like time outside. Morning rounds arrived early. Nurses checked vitals with efficient gentleness. Phlebotomists appeared with needles and rubber tourniquets. Medication carts rolled past with small rattles that sounded harmless until a person learned those rattles carried sedation, nausea control, antibiotics, steroids, and other tools that tried to negotiate with the body. Visitors came, then left quickly. Friends offered food, then realized food did not fit a place where appetite died on principle. Colleagues texted supportive sentences, then stopped texting after the second day, because uncertainty makes people superstitious. People fear saying the wrong thing, so people choose silence, then call silence respect. Yusuf stayed home from school for the first 2 days and tried to act older than 9. Yusuf packed Samer's favorite pen into a zippered pouch and insisted the pen belonged with Samer for thinking. Yusuf drew on printer paper and folded the drawings into planes, then unfolded the drawings again, as if reversing folds might reverse reality. Amal watched Yusuf's hands and felt a deep, quiet terror. Children adapt to sickness fast, and adaptation looks like courage while actually being emergency training. On the 3rd day, Amal forced Yusuf back to school. Yusuf protested. Yusuf should stay. Yusuf said, using the third-person way anxious children use armor. Amal knelt in front of Yusuf, held both shoulders, and spoke clearly. School gives structure, Amal said. Structure prevents panic. Samer would say the same. Yusuf swallowed hard and nodded once. He left with a backpack and returned smelling like dust and classroom soap, carrying guilt like an extra textbook. That evening, Amal stayed in the hospital chair while Samer slept. The chair's plastic edge cut into Amal's thighs. The overhead light buzzed faintly. A hallway monitor's beep with a rhythm that sounded like a metronome for fear. A nurse named Dina came in to check the 4-line. Dina moved with practiced grace, adjusting tubing, checking flow, cleaning ports. Dina asked Amal, "Do you want tea?" Amal answered, "Yes." Dina returned with tea in a paper cup and placed the cup on the tray table. Dina did not speak false comfort. Dina spoke one honest sentence. "This place makes everyone feel powerless," Dina said. Amal nodded. "Powerlessness feels familiar," Amal said. "Powerlessness at work has paperwork. Powerlessness here has machines." Dina looked at Amal closely. "Do you sleep?" Dina asked. Amal answered, lightly. Dina said, "Light sleep becomes a problem." Dina said, "Eat something. Drink water. Your body matters too." Amal wanted to reject the advice out of stubbornness. She accepted the advice because rejecting would have been vanity disguised as strength. After Dina left, Amal ate a piece of bread from a wrap packet and felt the bread taste like cardboard. Amal chewed anyway, because chewing proved the body still obeyed instructions. Near midnight, Samer woke coughing and could not stop. The coughing fit arrived like a seizure of air. Samer's torso jerked forward. His face reddened. His eyes watered. He gripped the bed rail with one hand and reached toward Amal with the other hand, as if reaching for a boundary. Amal pressed the call button. A nurse rushed in. The nurse raised the bed angle and placed an oxygen mask over Samer's face. The nurse spoke in short commands to keep Samer oriented. "Inhale slowly," the nurse said. "Exhale slowly." Samer tried. The cough returned, deeper, harsher, wet sounding at the end. The nurse listened to Samer's lungs with a stethoscope and frowned, then said, "Respiratory therapist." Another staff member arrived with a nebulizer. Medicine misted into Samer's airway. His shoulders relaxed gradually, not because relief felt good, because exhaustion forced surrender. When the fit ended, Samer lay back and stared at the ceiling. Samer whispered, "I thought Samer could outwork this." Amal answered, "Work does not negotiate with biology." Amal said, "Work negotiates with deadlines." Samer blinked slowly. "Samer feels small," Samer said. Amal leaned closer. "Samer is not small," Amal said. "Samer is contained. Containment is not insignificance." Samer's eyes closed. Tears slid into hairline and disappeared. Amal watched the tears and felt an old instinct rise. Fix the situation, solve the problem, close the file. No fix existed. No solve existed. Only endurance existed. On the 4th night, Amal took a microdose in the hospital bathroom. Amal's decision was careful, not impulsive. Amal needed a wider mental frame without losing clarity. Amal could not afford impairment. Amal also could not afford emotional collapse. Amal measured the dose from the same labeled supply Nadine had provided and used water from a sealed bottle. Amal washed hands afterward and returned to the chair beside the bed. The effect arrived subtly. The hospital did not become colorful. The hospital became sharper. Edges stood out. tape on tubing, scratches on plastic, fingerprints on the metal bed rail, sounds separated into channels, footsteps, distant carts, muffled voices, the elevator chime, Samer's breathing. Amal noticed Samer's breath again, but this time the breath sounded like a negotiation rather than a guarantee. Each inhale arrived with a faint hesitation, as if the lungs paused to decide whether cooperation felt worthwhile. The microdose did not create hallucinations. The microdose created an unwilling insight. Every system, medical, municipal, familial, runs on triage. Triage selects what gets attention first. Triage abandons something else every time. Amal realized the city's triage sacrificed memory for speed. The hospital's triage sacrificed comfort for capacity. The family's triage would soon sacrifice ordinary life for survival. The thought did not comfort. The thought clarified. Amal opened a notebook and wrote one sentence in firm handwriting. When institutions optimize, individuals absorb the cost. Amal closed the notebook and looked at Samer, sleeping under a thin blanket that failed to look warm. She felt anger toward the blanket, which was irrational, and also felt anger toward the room's sterile design, which was unfair, and also felt anger toward her own mind for searching for blame when blame solved nothing. The microdose allowed Amal to hold the anger without turning the anger into cruelty. Anger became a signal, not a weapon. At 3:17 a.m., Dr. Farid called Amal's phone from a hospital extension. Dr. Farid's voice sounded steady and tired. "The imaging shows concerning pattern," Dr. Farid said. "Biopsy results will take longer. Treatment planning starts now." Amal asked, "What pattern?" Dr. Farid answered, "A pattern consistent with something serious." Amal asked, "Cancer?" Dr. Farid paused and said, "Possible, not confirmed. High suspicion." Amal's throat tightened. She spoke anyway, because silence would have been a collapse. "Next steps?" Amal asked. Dr. Farid listed steps: additional labs, oncology consult, medication adjustments, possible transfer to a specialized unit. The steps sounded like logistics. The steps carried the weight of a different life beginning. After the call, Amal sat very still and watched the white light above the sink reflect off the bathroom mirror. The mirror made Amal look older. The mirror made Amal look like someone who had lost permission to assume tomorrow would resemble today. Amal returned to Samer's bedside. Samer slept, mouth slightly open, lashes resting on cheeks. He looked like a student after a long exam. Amal placed a hand lightly on Samer's forearm and whispered, "Amal will stay." The sentence was not a promise of outcome. The sentence was a promise of presence. Outside the room, a cart was squeaked, then stopped. Somewhere down the hall, a monitor alarmed briefly, then silenced. The building continued performing urgency. Inside the room, white hours stretched and swallowed ordinary time. Amal understood something deeper than fear. The hospital was not only treating Samer. The hospital was changing the family's vocabulary. The hospital was teaching new words: biopsy, oncology, prognosis, words that would never leave a household again. Amal closed her eyes for a moment and listened to Samer's breathing, as if listening could become protection. The breath continued. For that moment, continuation was enough. Chapter 8, Unsaid C. A promise can survive for years without being spoken aloud. A promise does not need sound to keep cutting. A promise only needs postponement. Samer had said to see the way people say later, meaning comfort without commitment. Samer's tone had always carried certainty that time would cooperate. Amal had believed the certainty because believing felt easier than challenging it. Yusuf had heard the word see often enough to treat it like a family heirloom, something real, someday, kept safely in the future. After the hospital, someday began to look dishonest. Dr. Farid gave Samer a temporary discharge while tests continued as an outpatient sequence. The discharge did not mean recovery. The discharge meant the hospital needed the bed. The hospital phrased the decision as continuation of care at home. The hospital did not phrase the decision as capacity management. Amal heard both meanings anyway. Samer returned to the apartment thinner, quieter, and more careful with breath. A small plastic bag, held medication bottles that clicked when the bag moved. The bottles carried long names and strict instructions. One label warned about dizziness. Another label warned about nausea. A third label warned about immune suppression. The warnings read like a new curriculum nobody wanted. Yusuf met Samar at the door and froze. Children sense altered adults before children understand illness. Yusuf's eyes widened slightly, then steadied into a stare that tried to discipline fear into obedience. Yusuf stepped forward, hugged Samar gently, then released quickly, as if worried that pressure might break something. Samar knelt and said, "Samar is home." Yusuf answered, "Yusuf knows." The reply sounded older than 9. Amal felt the reply land like a bruise. That night, Amal cooked soup and watched Samar pretend hunger. He lifted a spoon, swallowed, then paused as if listening to the body's response before attempting the next swallow. She did not say, "Eat more." Amal did not say, "Try harder." Amal understood that eating had become negotiation. After dinner, Samar sat on the balcony with a blanket around shoulders. Wind moved dust through streetlight beams. The lemon tree's leaves shook lightly, like hands trying to dry after washing. Amal joined Samar with tea. Samar stared into the cup without drinking. Samar kept thinking about the sea, Samar said. Amal's stomach tightened. The sentence sounded like regret practicing an entrance. Amal answered carefully. "The sea exists," Amal said. "The sea does not solve anything." Samar nodded once. "Samar knows," Samar said. "Samar wants to see it anyway." He promised. Amal did not correct the grammar. She did not call the promise late. She did not say what Amal wanted to say. A promise postponed too long becomes an apology with scenery. Instead, Amal asked a practical question. When? Amal asked. Samar's eyes flicked toward the apartment, toward Yusuf, toward responsibilities stacked like files. "Soon," Samar said, then coughed into the blanket. The sound muffled and ugly. Amal heard the cough and understood that soon had become urgent. 2 days later, Amal requested 2 days of leave from the registry office. Marwan did not approve with kindness. He approved with calculation. Medical leave reduced liability. Human compassion rarely drove administration. Amal booked a modest room in a coastal town reachable by bus. She chose the bus because Samar should not drive and because Amal did not trust Amal's own focus. She prepared like a bid manager building contingency. Medicines organized, water packed, snacks selected, emergency contact numbers written on paper instead of stored only in a phone. Yusuf learned about the trip from a note on the fridge. Yusuf read the note twice, as if the words might change. Samar said, "A short trip." Yusuf asked, "Why now?" Samar's reply came after a pause. "Because waiting kept stealing," Samar said. Yusuf nodded slowly. He did not smile. He went to the bedroom and returned with a drawing. A shoreline, a wide sky, 3 figures standing near a small tree in a pot, absurd and precise. Yusuf said, "Bring this." Amal took the drawing and folded it carefully, corner to corner, then placed a folded square inside a book so the paper would not crease wrong. She realized the gesture resembled prayer. Even though Amal did not believe in miracles, the bus ride began before sunrise. Samar sat by the window. Amal sat beside Samar. Yusuf sat across the aisle, shoulders tense, backpack held upright like a shield. As the city fell behind, Samar's face changed. The change was subtle. City air had always made Samar's breath sound busy. Outside the city, the air felt less abrasive. His chest still worked harder than normal, but the work looked less frantic. Amal watched Samar's throat move while swallowing and felt a surge of anger toward the years Amal had accepted postponement. Postponement had felt harmless. Postponement had been theft by small increments. The highway ran through flat land, then low hills, then a stretch where wind carried a hint of salt long before the water appeared. The scent arrived like a memory of something never lived. Yusuf leaned forward and asked, "Is that the sea?" Samar smiled faintly. "Not yet," Samar said. "That is the sea reaching early." Yusuf nodded and looked out the window, as if trying to memorize the horizon's first hint. When the shoreline finally appeared, The water looked nothing like Amal's imagination. She had expected romance. She received vastness and indifference. The sea did not greet them. The sea existed. Samar's eyes filled. He blinked quickly, angry at the moisture. Amal placed a hand on Samar's wrist. The hand stayed light because Samar's skin now bruised easily. Samar whispered, "I waited too long." Amal answered. Samar came. Amal said, "That matters." The sentence did not erase regret. The sentence framed regret in a way that did not crush the moment. The coastal town looked built from sun and peeling paint. Small shops sold fried fish, cheap sunglasses, and plastic toys shaped like sea animals. A promenade lined the water with concrete benches worn smooth by decades of bodies. Families walked in clusters. Teenagers posed for photos and pretended not to care. Old men sat with coffee and looked at the water like the water owed them an explanation. Amal checked into the room and immediately placed medicine bottles on the nightstand in order of use. Samar watched and said, "Always organizing." Amal answered, "Organizing keeps panic unemployed." Samar coughed softly, then smiled at the phrase, because Samar loved language even when language failed. They walked to the beach before noon. Sand shifted under Amal's shoes. Samar removed shoes and stepped barefoot onto wet sand with visible caution. The waterline advanced, retreated, advanced again as if practicing indecision. A wave reached Samar's feet. He flinched, then laughed quietly. Yusuf waded in up to knees and froze at the cold. He shouted, not with joy, with shock. The shout sounded like life insisting on itself. Samar sat on a low rock and watched Yusuf. Amal stood near Samar, scanning Samar's posture for signs of fatigue the way Amal scanned structural cracks in fieldwork. The habit felt brutal. The habit felt necessary. Samar said, "I imagined a different moment." Amal asked, "What moment?" Samar answered, "I imagined running into the water with Yusuf." Samar imagined lifting Yusuf and spinning. Samar imagined energy. Amal heard the grief inside the fantasy. She refused to let fantasy become self-punishment. Amal said, "Samar is here. Yusuf is here. The water is here. The rest is imagination trying to negotiate." Samar nodded. "Samar taught students not to negotiate with facts," Samar said. "Samar still tries anyway." Yusuf returned from the water, dripping, eyes bright, cheeks red from wind. Yusuf held a small shell in a fist and offered the shell to Samar. Yusuf said, "Gift." Samar took the shell carefully, as if the shell might break from sincerity. He held the shell to an ear like a cliché, then smiled at the absurdity. Samar said, "The shell sounds like breath." Amal's throat tightened. The sentence was simple. The sentence was devastating. That evening, Samar's energy collapsed. Samar sat at a small table in the room, looking at the sea through the window. Sunset turned the water into bruised copper. Yusuf slept early, exhausted by salt air and excitement. Amal prepared tea and placed a cup in front of Samar. His hand shook slightly while lifting the cup. The shaking came from fatigue and from medication, and from the body's quiet fear spilling. Samar said, "I want to say something." Amal sat across from Samar and waited. Samar's eyes stayed on the water. Samar promised Amal the sea because Samar thought the sea would fix something, Samar said. Samar thought the sea would make Amal feel safe again. He thought a trip could patch the holes life made. Amal listened without interruption. Samar continued. "Samar understands now that no place patches holes," Samar said. "Only people do. People patch each other with time and attention." Amal answered, "Yes." Samar swallowed, then spoke with effort. "Samar is sorry," Samar said. "Not for illness, not for biology. He is sorry for the years Samar assumed would exist." Amal felt tears rise. She kept voice steady. "Amal is also guilty," Amal said. Amal accepted later because later felt polite. Samar looked at Amal directly. "Promise something else," Samar said. Amal asked, "What?" Samar answered, "Promise Yusuf truth," Samar said. "Promise Yusuf presence. Promise Yusuf no pretending." Amal nodded once. "Amal promises," Amal said. Samar leaned back and closed eyes. Breath sounded shallow again, even with the sea outside. The sea did not grant mercy. The sea only offered perspective. Vastness does not equal kindness. Amal stared at the window and felt the day's beauty turn into something darker. A reminder that the world stays beautiful while individuals deteriorate. Beauty does not negotiate. Beauty does not apologize. Later that night, Amal took a microdose in the bathroom with the door locked. Amal did not take the dose for pleasure. She took the dose because grief had begun to preload itself into every silence. She needed to see grief clearly without drowning. The effect came as sharpened awareness. Amal returned to bed and listened. The sea's surf formed a steady pulse outside. Samar's breathing formed a thinner, uneven pulse inside. Two rhythms ran side by side. One rhythm would continue long after the other stopped. That contrast landed hard. Amal watched the ceiling's faint shadow patterns and felt a blunt realization. The family had been living inside a long avoidance. Not avoidance of love. Avoidance of finality. Under the microdose lens, finality appeared as an object with edges, not as a vague fear. The edges hurt. The edges also made planning possible. Amal opened a notebook and wrote 2 sentences, clean and direct. The sea did not heal. The sea confirmed urgency. Amal closed the notebook and returned to the bed. She lay awake beside Samar and listened to breath until sunrise began turning the curtain pale. Morning arrived. Samar slept. Yusuf stirred. The water outside continued working its eternal schedule. Amal understood that the unsaid promise had finally been spoken, and speaking it had not saved anyone. Speaking it had done something else, something harsher and more useful. Speaking it had removed illusion. Chapter 9. Reliable as a closed door. Reliability can be praise. Reliability can also be a sentence. When an institution calls someone reliable, the institution usually means the person will not interrupt momentum with ethics. The lemon tree's leaves carried a thin layer of dust again. Amal wiped the leaf with a damp cloth and watched the green return underneath. The green looked stubborn, almost rude. Amal whispered, "We move together." Inside, Samar coughed and stopped, then coughed again, as if the lungs argued with themselves. Amal returned to the living room. She sat on the floor beside the couch and rested a head against Samar's knee. Samar's hand moved weakly and touched Amal's hair. Samar said, "I want to protect a home." Amal answered, Samar did. Amal said, "The building is not the home." Samar's eyes opened. "Then what is home?" Samar asked. Amal looked toward Yusuf's closed door, toward the silent hallway, toward the keys on the hook. Amal answered with street truth, not philosophy. "Home is the crew," Amal said. "Home is who shows up when the stamp hits." Samar's eyes filled, then steadied. He whispered, "Then show up." Amal replied, "Always." Outside, traffic continued circling the roundabout. Inside, the family began planning like people who knew the city would not slow down for grief. The red stamp had spoken. Amal refused to let the stamp be the final narrator. Chapter 11. Apartment facing a wall. A move does not begin with boxes. A move begins when a familiar room stops answering back. The relocation clock kept running even after Amal found a lease. 90 days on a stamp notice becomes less like time and more like a predator. Every week shaved away choices. Every day pulled rent listings upward. Every hour invited broker to say, "Pay now or lose it." Amal refused to get hustled anyway. Amal used Nadine's contacts, then verified every name the way Amal verified contractor entries at work. Amal demanded the lease before viewing. Amal requested the landlord's ID number and photographed it with permission because permission prevents later accusations. Amal refused cash-only deposits. Amal insisted on written receipts. Amal confirmed the unit's electricity meter number matched the building register because mismatched meters turn into sudden bills. A tenant rights lawyer named Hossam read the notice and said, "Appeal exists, but appeal does not stop demolition schedules." The sentence landed like a deadbolt. Hossam then added, "Appeal can still slow harassment." That part mattered. Amal kept everything. Paper copies, phone screenshots, dates written in a notebook that lived in the kitchen drawer beside tea bags. Not because the notebook was sacred, because the notebook stayed reachable during panic. Samer's treatment calendar made the move harder. Infusion days created fatigue that lasted longer than the appointment. Steroids made sleep shallow. Anti-nausea meds dulled appetite. A cough still lived inside Samer's chest like a tenant who refused eviction. Amal picked moving day around Samer's best window. 2 days after infusion, 1 day before follow-up labs. That kind of planning felt grotesque and necessary. The new building sat farther inland, in a district where streets narrowed and air felt older. The stairwell smelled like fried onions, damp plaster, and cleaning fluid that could not quite mask mildew. The elevator's out-of-service sign looked sun-faded, permanent. The unit door opened into a living room that measured smaller than the listing promised. Amal knew the trick. The listing had counted the hallway as living space. She did not argue. She had no time for righteous outrage. She needed a roof. Yusuf walked straight to window. The window faced a wall. Not a view, not an alley with sky, not even a tree struggling in a corner. A blank concrete wall stood a few feet away, stained with old rain streaks and patched with mismatched cement. The wall belonged to the next building. The wall looked like neglect that had learned to stand. Yusuf stared for a long time, then asked, "Is that it?" Amal answered, "That's it." Amal said. Yusuf said, "The window feels fake." Samer stepped in behind them, leaning lightly on Amal's forearm. His breathing sounded tight from the stairs. He looked at the wall and held silence, the way Samer held silence before giving a difficult definition. Samer said, "This place will be hard." Amal replied, "This place is affordable." Amal said, "Hard is already here." Yusuf turned away first, as if leaving the window would make the wall less real. Moving day came with heat that made tempers cheap. 2 trucks arrived, 1 booked, 1 contingency. Amal paid the crew leader after confirming the crew wore the company's ID badges. She taped every box and wrote inventory codes on 3 sides, because one side assumes boxes never get stacked wrong. She labeled the medical box in plain language. Medications. Do not delay. Neighbors in the old building watched the loading process, like watching a funeral procession. Displacement turns every hallway into a rumor mill. People compared deadlines. People swapped stories about a guy who could fix compensation for cash. People acted like cash could bend a stamp. A man in a pickup truck idled near the curb and shouted, "Moving help, cheap." Amal looked at him once and said, "No." The man laughed like rejection was entertainment and drove off, hunting for someone less steady. The lemon tree went last. Amal wrapped the pot with cardboard and rope. She carried the trunk with both hands while a mover supported the base. Leaves brushed Amal's shoulder. The tree smelled faintly of citrus and dust. The smell felt like a memory trying to stay physical. At the balcony door, Samer paused and touched the rail lightly, as if saying goodbye without words. He coughed once and looked away quickly, angry at the weakness. Yusuf stood near the balcony corner and whispered, "Wasn't supposed to end." Amal answered, "It ends anyway," Amal said. "We choose how." They left without ceremony. The building remained, but the apartment stopped belonging to them. Ownership is not paperwork alone. Ownership is routine. The new unit filled with boxes fast, and the air turned stale faster than Amal expected. The first night revealed the building's personality. Pipes knocked like somebody tapping a warning against metal. A neighbor argued through the wall with the rhythm of a long habit. A television played too loudly on the floor above, laughter canned and endless. The bathroom fan rattled when switched on, then stopped entirely. Amal built the household from essentials first. Amal placed Samer's medication station in the kitchen where light was steady. She lined bottles in order. She taped the clinic number and Dr. Fard's office extension inside a cabinet door. She set reminders on a phone and wrote backup times on paper. Because phones die at the worst moments, Samer lowered into a chair and breathed through fatigue. "Samer hates the stairs," Samer said. Amal replied, We minimize stairs, Amal said. We maximize planning. Yusuf tried to help unpack, then stopped when a box scraped the floor with sound like the old apartment's chair legs. His eyes sharpened. This place isn't ours, Yusuf said. Amal answered. This place is ours because rent gets paid, Amal said. Belonging takes longer, Yusuf muttered. Belonging isn't automatic, Samar said gently. Belonging is built. Yusuf looked at Samar, then looked away as if the sentence hurt. The second week brought the first direct attempt at exploitation. A broker knocked at 7:30 p.m. and introduced himself as Building Services. The broker held a clipboard, wore a polo shirt with no logo, and smiled too smoothly. Amal returned to the registry office the morning after the coastal trip. She did not return because Amal felt ready. She returned because the apartment had begun to punish stillness. Silence amplified every cough Samar tried to hide. Empty hours invited worst-case scenarios to take attendance. The office lobby smelled like wet umbrellas and printer toner. The fluorescent panels made everyone look slightly ill, which felt like mockery. Amal stepped through security, nodded at the guard, and took the stairwell again. The stairwell offered one small comfort: predictable steps, fixed risers, consistent handrails. Predictability matters when personal life turns unstable. Rasha looked up as Amal approached the cubicle row. Rasha's gaze landed on Amal's face and stayed there longer than professional etiquette allowed. Rasha asked, "How is Samar?" Amal placed a bag on the chair and answered with careful accuracy. "Samar is not well," Amal said. "Testing continues." Rasha nodded, then lowered voice. "Marwan has been asking where you are," Rasha said. "Marwan is not asking out of concern." Amal replied, "Marwan rarely does anything out of concern." Rasha's mouth twitched into a half-smile that carried fatigue instead of amusement. "Marwan wants throughput," Rasha said. A new redevelopment wave arrived. Legal wants grid updates. Planning wants crosswalk changes. Utilities want service transitions. Amal sat down and turned on the computer. The login screen appeared like a blank stare. Marwan appeared behind Amal's chair within 2 minutes. He held a clipboard and a pen, as if the tools proved seriousness. "Back," Marwan said. "Yes," Amal replied. Marwan did not ask about Samar. Marwan did not ask about Yusuf. Marwan pointed at a folder stack. "Focus on these," Marwan said. "Complete by end of day. Keep narratives out. Keep numbers clean." Amal answered, "Understood." Marwan leaned closer. "The office needs predictability," Marwan said. "Personal crises create variance." The sentence was not a threat in legal terms. The sentence was a threat in human terms. Amal looked up at Marwan. She kept tone neutral. "The office will receive predictability," Amal said. "The office will also receive accuracy." Marwan nodded, satisfied by the word accuracy, then walked away. Amal stared at the folder stack and felt a sharp clarity. The institution had already categorized Amal's household illness as inconvenience. Amal opened the first file. Work moved fast when emotions stayed sealed. Amal updated street codes. She renumbered parcels. She flagged utility accounts for transfer. She generated notices in batches. She saved changes, printed confirmations, and filed outputs. The sequence felt familiar, almost soothing, because the sequence offered a world where steps produced results. Real life offered no such comfort. By mid-morning, Amal's phone vibrated with a message from Samar. "Samar, cough worse. Chest tight. He resting. Do not worry." The sentence ended with the forbidden phrase, "Do not worry." People only write "do not worry" when worry has already taken control. Amal wanted to call immediately. She did not call because Amal had learned another truth. Institutions punish interruptions. She also knew Samar would minimize symptoms by reflex. Minimization functioned as Samar's remaining form of control. Amal typed back, Amal will call it lunch. Take inhaler. Drink water. Sit upright." Amal pressed send, then returned to the screen with a stiffness that felt like armor. Rasha leaned over the partition. "You look like you are carrying a locked suitcase." Rasha said. Amal answered, I is. Rasha asked, do you want help with the stack? Amal shook head once. Help creates dependency, Amal said. Dependency creates leverage. She does not want leverage attached to Amal. Rasha's eyes narrowed with sympathy. That sentence sounds like policy, Rasha said. Amal replied, survival often sounds like policy. Lunch arrived. Amal called Samar from a stairwell landing to avoid office ears. The stairwell smelled like bleach and damp cement. The echo turned Amal's voice into something distant. Samar answered after the third ring. His breath sounded shallow. He spoke in short bursts. Amal, Samar said. Amal asked, how is breathing? Samar answered, manageable. Amal asked, describe manageable. Samar coughed once, then said, manageable means Samar can speak. Amal heard the deflection. Manageable is not a measurement, Amal said. Rate the tightness. Samar paused and answered, 6 out of 10. Amal felt anger rise, not at Samar, at the stubbornness that made illness into a contest. Amal said, 6 requires clinic contact. Samar protested. Samar does not want another waiting room, Samar said. Samar does not want Yusuf frightened. Amal answered, avoiding care frightens Yusuf more. Call Dr. Fard's office now. Samar sighed, then coughed again. Samar will, Samar said. Amal lowered voice. Amal cannot lose Samar, Amal said. Samar's reply came slowly. Samar is not choosing loss, Samar said. Biology is choosing. Amal closed eyes and forced breath through the nose, out through the mouth, the way Amal had learned to survive paperwork conflict without snapping. Amal will be home at 5, Amal said. Amal will bring groceries. She will bring soup ingredients. Samar said, okay. The call ended. Amal stood still in the stairwell for 10 seconds, listening to buildings then walked back into the unit. Afternoon work became brutal in its efficiency. Marwan's directive about removing narrative had narrowed report language into sterile geometry. The reports now read like machine output. Lengths, widths, codes, timestamps. That style made the office faster. That style also made families invisible. Amal could not stop the format. She could preserve the people by duplicating information in a private system. Amal created a hidden spreadsheet file on a personal flash drive labeled calibration tables. The file name sounded boring enough to survive casual scrutiny. Inside the file, Amal logged what official forms refused. Names of residents requiring mobility accommodations. Notes about medical equipment needing safe transport. Details about irreplaceable items likely to be mishandled. Indicators of domestic violence Amal could not document openly. Signs of food insecurity visible in empty cabinets. Each entry included date, address code, and a plain description written without drama. Amal wrote with the precision of a risk register, because Amal trusted risk registers to outlive sympathy. The file became a shadow archive. Rasha noticed Amal's extra typing and asked, new process? Amal answered, quality control. Rasha understood the lie and accepted the lie. Rasha's silence counted as alliance. By late afternoon, Marwan called Amal into a small conference room. The room contained a table scarred by years of pens and coffee rings. A city map hung on the wall with pushbins marking planned projects. The pushbins looked harmless. The pushbins represented removals. Marwan sat at the table and tapped the pen against the folder. Amal's output increased a day, Marwan said. Good. Amal replied, I worked. Marwan leaned forward. Amal is steady, Marwan said. Amal does not create noise. She does not take things personally. She fits the unit. The compliment landed like a trap. Marwan continued. A senior vacancy may open soon, Marwan said. A lead position, higher pay, more authority. Amal watched Marwan's mouth. She listened for the hidden clause. The landlord arrived the next day with a smile that looked rehearsed. The landlord's name was Nabil. Nabil wore a collared shirt and new shoes. Nabil carried a folder and spoke as if reading a script written by someone who had never packed a child's room. Compensation process exists, Nabil said. Everyone will be handled fairly. The city is improving infrastructure. Value increases for everyone. Amal stood in the doorway and did not invite Nabil in. Entry signals permission. She refused to hand out permission when permission would not protect anything. Amal asked, "How much compensation does Nabil receive?" Nabil blinked. "The landlord receives structural value." Nabil said, "Tenants receive relocation assistance." Amal asked, "What amount?" Nabil shifted weight. "A committee decides," Nabil said. Amal asked, "What committee?" Nabil frowned. "The committee," Nabil said, as if vagueness could function as authority. Amal looked at Nabil's folder. She noticed the folder had no official seal. She noticed the folder contained photocopies, not originals. Amal said, "Provide the official breakdown. Provide the timeline. Provide the appeal window. Provide the grievance channel." Nabil forced a laugh. "No need to be difficult," Nabil said. Amal replied, "Difficulty belongs to demolition. Questions belong to survival." Nabil lowered voice. "Look, Amal," Nabil said, "some tenants will panic. Some tenants will miss deadlines. Some tenants will lose money. She is smart. She should cooperate." Amal heard the pitch clearly. "Cooperate now. Accept less later. Avoid trouble by absorbing theft." Amal answered, "Cooperation requires terms." Amal said, "Terms require clarity." Nabil's smile thinned. "Clarity takes time," Nabil said. Amal replied, "Time belongs to the tenants," Amal said. "Nabil does not own time." Nabil left with a stiff nod, already thinking about easier targets. By Monday, the neighborhood began transforming into a marketplace for desperation. A man Amal had never seen before stood near the building entrance, holding a stack of business cards. The man wore a baseball cap and sunglasses and called out offers like a street vendor. "Moving truck," the man shouted. "Cheap price. No damage. Same day." Another crew waited in a pickup truck with no company logo, two men smoking, watching residents the way predators watch fatigue. Amal recognized the economy immediately. Displacement creates opportunity for hustlers. Hustlers love deadlines. Deadlines turn negotiation into surrender. Inside the stairwell, neighbors whispered about a guy who could speed up compensation for a fee. Another neighbor mentioned an agent who could fix paperwork, if paid in cash. Amal knew those games. She had seen them from the city side. She had watched people get robbed twice, first by policy, then by opportunists selling false shortcuts. Yusuf overheard the whispers and asked, "Are we getting robbed?" Amal answered without softening, "Some people will try." Amal said, "We will not give those people access." Yusuf nodded, then asked, "How do we stop them?" Amal answered, "We verify everything," Amal said. "We pay no one for promises." Samar listened from the couch and said quietly, "A city that forces people to gamble creates gamblers." Amal replied, "A city that forces people to gamble also creates sharks." Samar's next appointment with Dr. Fard landed the same week as a notice, as if the calendar itself had joined conspiracy. Amal drove Samar to the clinic. She parked far from the entrance because close parking had already been claimed by aggressive honking and casual entitlement. She helped Samar out of the car. He moved slowly, breathing carefully, like every step required approval from lungs. In the exam room, Dr. Fard reviewed new results with a face trained to remain calm. Dr. Fard said, "Treatment starts soon. Aggressive protocol. Fatigue likely. Infection risk increases." Amal asked, "Home stability required?" Dr. Fard answered, "Yes." Amal felt the apartment, noticed pressing into the mind like a thumb. She said, "The city ordered relocation." Dr. Fard's eyes narrowed slightly, not with surprise, with frustration. "Relocation during treatment complicates outcomes," Dr. Fard said. Amal replied, "The city does not coordinate with oncology." Dr. Fard exhaled. "We will plan around it." Dr. Fard said, the tone of a person used to treat harm created elsewhere. In the car afterward, Samar stared out the window and said, "Samar cannot carry boxes." Amal answered, "I will," Amal said. Samar's voice went small. "Samar hates being a burden." Amal corrected the framing immediately. "Illness is the burden," Amal said. "Samar is the person." Samar closed eyes, as if the sentence gave permission to stop apologizing for existing. That night, Amal did something Amal had avoided for months. Amal used insider knowledge. Amal opened the municipal portal at home and searched the project code listed on the notice. She did not hack. She did not break rules. She simply used credentials in a way the city pretended citizens could do. Even though the portal was designed to confuse, the project file contained phasing schedules, contractor names, and internal notes. The internal notes mentioned expedited clearance due to corridor alignment. The internal notes also listed a subcontractor flag for documentation irregularities. Amal recognized the name from old cases. The contractor had a history of lost papers and missing receipts and mismatched valuations. Those phrases meant one thing: someone planned to skim. Amal printed the file summary and placed the pages in a folder labeled medical, so no one would assume the contents mattered. Mislabeling, like a street trick, keeps thieves bored. Amal then called Nadine. Nadine answered. "What's wrong?" Amal said. "Eviction by stamp." Amal said. 90 days. Nadine swore softly, then asked, "Do you need cash?" Amal replied, "I need strategy." Nadine answered, "Strategy exists." Amal said, "Send contacts for reputable movers. Send contacts for a tenant rights lawyer. Send contacts for anyone who knows compensation fraud patterns." Nadine did not ask why. Nadine said, "Done." And that sentence carried more love and comfort phrases ever carry. Later, after Youssef fell asleep, Amal took a microdose at the kitchen table with water, measured precisely, the way Amal measured everything that could reduce uncertainty. The effect arrived as sharpening, not as fantasy. Under the altered lens, the notice looked less like paper and more like an instrument. The red stamp looked like a mouth shut tight. The phrase "public benefit" looked like camouflage paint on a tank. Amal looked around the apartment with a new, cruel clarity. Objects sat in places of permanence had been promised. Samar's notebook shelf, Youssef's drawing stacked, the hook for Amal's keys, the balcony chair legs worn smooth by years of sitting. The microdose did not make Amal sentimental. The microdose made Amal exact. Amal realized the city's process had two stages. First, declare necessity. Second, punish anyone who treats the declaration as negotiable. The declaration creates panic. Panic creates mistakes. Mistakes create profit for predators and excuses for officials. Amal wrote in the notebook, "Deadlines produce compliance by manufacturing fear. Fear produces errors. Errors produce theft." Amal closed the notebook, stood, and walked the balcony. Marwan provided the clause. "The lead position requires alignment," Marwan said. "Alignment means no friction. Alignment means no side notes. Alignment means no unnecessary outreach." Amal understood. Marwan wanted a supervisor who would stop writing margins. Amal kept face neutral. "Amal values alignment with policy," Amal said. Marwan smiled, satisfied. Amal added, "Amal also values alignment with consequences." Marwan's smile tightened. "Consequences belong to legal," Marwan said. Amal answered, "Consequences belong to residents. Legal arrives later." Marwan stared as if seeing Amal for the first time. "Amal is emotional," Marwan said, using emotional as accusation. Amal replied, "I is accurate." Marwan ended the conversation with a gesture. "Go," Marwan said. "Finish the stack." Amal left the room with a pulse pounding behind the eyes. She recognized the sensation, the body preparing for confrontation while the mind demanded calm. At home, Samar sat on the couch, propped upright with pillows. His skin looked gray under the apartment light. The medication bag sat open on the coffee table, like a warning. Youssef sat on the floor with drawing paper, shoulders hunched, pencil moving fast. A building rose on the page, a corridor with wide windows, A stairwell with broad landings, a balcony with a lemon tree drawn with careful attention. Yusuf looked up as Amal entered. "Dad is sleeping," Yusuf said. Amal set grocery bags down quietly and walked to Samar. Samar opened eyes halfway. "Amal is home," Samar whispered. Amal sat beside Samar and placed a hand on Samar's forearm. His skin felt warm, too warm. Amal asked, "Did Samar call Dr. Fard?" Samar nodded faintly. "Appointment tomorrow," Samar said. "Earlier slot." Amal exhaled, then felt guilt for the exhale, because relief felt premature. In the kitchen, Amal chopped onions. The knife rhythm sounded harsh in the quiet. The lemon tree stood on the balcony, leaves trembling in evening breeze. Amal felt the day's two roles collide. Municipal operator by daylight, family caretaker by night. Both roles required steadiness. Both roles demanded absorption of other people's pain. One role paid salary. One role paid meaning. After dinner, Yusuf went to bed without complaint. His silence felt wrong. Silence from a child can signal adaptation or fear. Both options hurt. Samar fell asleep on the couch, breathing shallowly. Amal covered Samar with a blanket and sat at the table alone. Amal took a microdose, measured, deliberate at home, because emotional numbness had begun turning into something worse. Emotional shutdown. Shutdown would make Amal functional. Shutdown would also make Amal cruel, without noticing. The effect arrived as a tightening of perception. Amal heard the refrigerator motorcycle on and off. She heard the neighbor's television through the wall. She heard Samar's breath as a fragile pattern that could break. Under the altered lens, the conference room conversation replayed with unforgiving clarity. Marwan had offered promotion as sedative. The offer had tried to purchase Amal's silence. She had refused without shouting, and that refusal carried a cost Amal could not yet measure. Amal opened a private notebook and wrote a sentence shaped like a warning. Reliability becomes corruption when reliability requires pretending harm is normal. Amal stared at the line and felt a darker understanding settle in. A city prefers employees who do not see people. A hospital prefers patients who do not ask for time. A family under strain begins craving quiet, even when quiet hides danger. Amal realized the closed-door persona had formed as protection. The persona was now becoming a cage. Amal stood, walked to the balcony, and looked at the lemon tree. The tree's leaves looked dusty again, even after wiping. Dust always returns. Amal whispered, "I will not become dust." Inside, Samar coughed in sleep once, then twice, the sound muffled by the blanket. Amal flinched, then steadied. Amal understood the new rule the day had taught. Being reliable for the wrong employer can destroy the right life. The sentence felt like a moral. The sentence also felt like a threat. Chapter 10, Red Stamp of Improvement. A red stamp does not shout. A red stamp does something worse. A red stamp acts like a decision already happened, and anyone who disagrees simply is not caught up. The notice arrived on a Thursday, folded once, tucked under the apartment door like an insult delivered politely. Paper scraped tile. The sound pulled Amal out of the kitchen before Amal's brain finished naming the noise. Amal bent, picked up the envelope, and recognized the municipal watermark immediately. The watermark meant official. The watermark meant final. The watermark meant someone upstream had already cashed a future check using other people's rooms as collateral. Amal opened the envelope at the counter. Standing, because sitting would have made the moment feel negotiable. The notice carried the title in bold caps. Public Benefit Improvement Order. Structure Clearance Block 17. Effective date 90 days. A red stamp sat near the bottom like a bruise pressed into paper. The stamp read, Approved. Amal read the document twice, not from disbelief, from verification. She scanned dates. She checked parcel numbers. She noted the district code. She checked the street designation. Still the old street name, not the propaganda rename, because the planning office had not updated a subsection yet. That detail made Amal's throat tighten. The city could erase other families quickly. The city would still misfile Amal's own home with casual negligence. Samar coughed from the living room. Yusuf's pencil scratched paper at the table. Amal folded the notice along its original crease and held the paper flat against the palm like a thin blade. Amal walked into the living room. Sammer sat upright on the couch, blanket over legs, medication bottles lying on the coffee table like small soldiers waiting for orders. His face looked drawn. His eyes still tried to stay kind. "What happened?" Sammer asked. Amal handed the paper to Sammer without adding commentary. Commentary can become drama. He did not need drama. Sammer read slowly. His hand trembled slightly. His mouth tightened on the word clearance. Sammer looked up. "Our building?" Sammer asked. Amal answered. "Our building," Amal said. Yusef turned in the chair. "What paper?" Yusef asked. Amal did not hide. Hiding teaches children to fear silence more than facts. She walked to Yusef and crouched, so I level matched. "The city wants the building gone," Amal said. "We will move." Yusef's eyes flicked toward the balcony door, toward the lemon tree outside, then back to Amal. "The tree?" Yusef asked. Amal heard the question's real content, not horticulture, not decor continuity. Amal answered with a street-level promise, not a sentimental one. "We carry the tree," Amal said. "We carry what matters." Sammer coughed again and closed eyes briefly, as if the body reacted to the news before the mind finished processing. Amal placed a hand on Sammer's shoulder. "Breathe," Amal said. "One task at a time." Sammer nodded once, then whispered, "The timing is cruel." Amal replied, "The timing is typical." He began walking with a guarded posture, as if protecting the chest from impact. At school, teachers reported Yusef's grades stayed high. Behavior had changed. He stopped volunteering answers. He stopped laughing in class. He sat near the back and drew in margins instead of looking at the board. One teacher called Amal and said, "Yusef is polite, but Yusef looks distant." Amal answered. "Distance can be self-defense," Amal said. The teacher paused and said, "Yusef has been getting into fights." Amal's stomach tightened. "Fights?" Amal asked. The teacher replied, "Not constant. 2 incidents." Another student shoved Yusef. He shoved back harder. The principal thinks grief is involved. Amal thanked the teacher and hung up. She sat still for a full minute, breathing slowly. She did not want the building's wall to become Yusef's whole universe. Yet the wall had already taught one lesson. Confinement changes people. That evening, Amal asked Yusef, "What happened at school?" Yusef shrugged with exaggerated indifference. "Nothing," Yusef said. Amal replied, "A call suggests something," Amal said. Yusef's jaw tightened. "Some kid touched Yusef's bag," Yusef said. Amal asked, "Why did that matter?" Yusef answered, "Because the bag is Yusef," Yusef said. "Because Yusef is tired of people taking things." The sentence landed like a document stamped with truth. Amal nodded once. "Anger makes sense," Amal said. "Anger still needs rules." Yusef stared at Amal. "Rules didn't save Dad," Yusef said. Amal felt the blow and kept voice steady. "Rules do not save biology," Amal said. "Rules keep people from becoming predators while biology hurts them." Yusef looked away, throat working. "Yusef doesn't want to be prey," Yusef said. Amal answered. "Then learn control," Amal said. "Control is strength. Violence is weakness wearing noise." Yusef scoffed, then retreated to the bedroom again, closing the door with that same measured pressure. The sound repeated like a refrain. Sammer's illness continued shifting the household into a different kind of economy. Time became medication schedules and clinic drives. Money became tighter. Amal's salary covered rent and groceries, but treatment costs drained savings. She tracked expenses in a notebook with the discipline of a professional estimator. Every item received a line. Every line received a number. Numbers felt honest when bodies did not. Yusef noticed the numbers. One afternoon, Yusef entered the kitchen while Amal reviewed bills. He stared at the notebook and asked, "Are we poor now?" Amal answered, "We are constrained." Amal said, "Constrained is not helpless." Yusef replied, "Constrained means no choices." Amal said, "Constrained means fewer choices." Amal said. Fewer choices still require good decisions. Yusef's eyes narrowed. Good decisions didn't stop the stamp, Yusef said. Amal closed the notebook. She kept tone calm. Good decisions reduce damage, Amal said. Good decisions do not stop power. Yusef asked, so what stops power? Amal answered, sometimes nothing stops power. Amal said, sometimes power collapses on its own. Sometimes power gets confronted. Confrontation requires strategy. Yusef said, Yusef wants strategy. Amal said, then learn patience first. Amal said, patience is part of strategy. Yusef turned away as if patience insulted pain. One Saturday, Amal found evidence of what Yusef had been doing after school. Amal opened a laundry hamper and smelled unfamiliar detergent, another household's brand. She noticed a receipt in Yusef's pocket from a corner store near the old neighborhood. She recognized the street code printed at the top. He had been going back. Amal waited until dinner. She asked, where have you been after school? Yusef shrugged again. Walking, Yusef said. Amal asked, walking where? Yusef answered, old block, Yusef said. Samar looked up from the couch. His eyes sharpened. Why? Samar asked. Yusef's voice changed, less defiant, rawer. Because Yusef wants to see if the building is still there, Yusef said. Because Yusef wants to hate it properly. Amal replied, hatred does not require a commute, Amal said. Yusef's hands clenched. Hatred is easier there, Yusef said. There, Yusef can see what got taken. Samar exhaled slowly and said, Yusef, come here. Yusef hesitated, then walked to Samar's chair. Samar placed a hand on Yusef's forearm. Samar's grip looked weak and still carried authority. Yusef is building anger like a house, Samar said. Anger houses burn fast. Yusef's eyes filled. Yusef doesn't care, Yusef lied. Samar's voice stayed soft. Yusef cares, Samar said. Yusef cares because Yusef loves. Yusef's face tightened. Tears did not fall. He pulled away and returned to the bedroom again. Amal watched the door close and felt the household's new pattern. Everyone orbiting pain without being able to land. That night, Amal took a microdose at the kitchen table. Amal chose the dose for one reason. Amal needed a clearer angle on Yusef without turning Yusef into an enemy. Exhaustion can turn a parent into a prosecutor. She refused that outcome. The effect arrived as heightened awareness of small signals. Amal heard Yusef's breathing to the bedroom wall. Quick, shallow, angry. She heard Samar's coughing and sleep, wet, exhausted, resigned. She heard Amal's own pulse in the ears, a steady drum of responsibility. Under the altered lens, Amal saw adolescence as a negotiation between vulnerability and control. Yusef's body was changing faster than Yusef's mind could interpret. The illness had stolen the family's sense of safety. The relocation had stolen the family's sense of control. He was trying to rebuild control using the simplest available tool, force. Amal wrote in the notebook, when control disappears, the body tries to manufacture it. Amal stared at the sentence and recognized a second truth. Amal had been doing the same thing, only with spreadsheets, receipts, and measured words. She had been manufacturing control through order. Yusef had been manufacturing control through aggression, different methods, same hunger. The microdose did not excuse Yusef's behavior. The microdose did not turn anger into beauty. The microdose did provide a route toward empathy without surrender. Amal closed the notebook and walked to Yusef's bedroom door. Amal knocked once. Yusef did not answer. Amal spoke to the door with direct, specific language. Amal knows fear is living in Yusef's chest, Amal said. Amal also knows fists will not solve fear. She will talk when Yusef is ready. She will not stop being present. Silence held for a moment. Then Yusef's voice came, low and rough. Yusef is not a baby. Amal answered. I is not treating Yusef like a baby, Amal said. Amal is treating Yusef like family. The door did not open. The conversation ended there. Still, the exchange mattered. A sentence delivered without cruelty can become a foothold. Amal returned to the kitchen, and sat down again. She watched the wall outside the window reflect a small rectangle of night. The wall remained indifferent. The family remained strained. The boy inside the bedroom remained in argument. Amal understood something deeper than sadness. Yusef's adolescence was not a phase occurring alongside hardship. His adolescence was being forged by hardship, shaped into something sharper, something dangerous, something potentially resilient. Amal did not know which outcome would win. "I'm helping tenants update registration," the broker said. "City compensation process. Quick signatures. Quick approvals." Amal did not invite the broker inside. Amal asked, "What is the broker's full name?" The broker hesitated. "Everyone calls me Majid," the broker said. Amal asked, "What office does Majid represent?" Majid lifted the clipboard slightly, as if paper itself were authority. "Municipality," Majid said. Amal asked, "Which department?" Majid's smile thinned. "No need for interrogation," Majid said. "This is a service." Amal kept voice calm. "Provide an official badge," Amal said. "Provide a case number. Provide a hotline Amal can call to confirm." Majid laughed softly, like Amal was playing hard to get. "You're smart," Majid said. "Smart people move fast." Amal answered, "Smart people verify." Amal said. Majid leaned closer. "Some tenants will miss deadlines," Majid said. "Some tenants will lose money. Majid can help, but Majid needs a small processing fee." Amal replied, "Majid is attempting fraud." Amal said, "Leave now." Majid's expression hardened. "No need to threaten," Majid said. Amal answered, "That sentence was not a threat." Amal said, "That sentence was a label." Majid walked away quickly, the smile gone. Yusef had been watching from behind Amal's shoulder. Yusef asked, "Was that real?" Amal replied, "That was a predator." Amal said, "Predators talk about fees and speed." Yusef said, "People will pay." Amal nodded. "People will pay because fear makes people stupid." Amal said, "Fear also makes people desperate. Desperation is not stupidity. Desperation is pressure." Yusef swallowed. "So, what do we do?" Amal answered, "We keep records." Amal said, "We do not by shortcuts." That night, Samer's body made the apartment's flaws feel personal. A coughing fit hit after midnight. Samer woke upright, shoulders shaking, breath scraping. Amal set pillows behind Samer and held a glass of water steady. The cough went on long enough to make Yusef appear in the doorway, eyes wide, fists clenched. Amal spoke to Samer, not to the room. "Slow inhale," Amal said. "Long exhale." Samer tried. The cough interrupted. Amal restarted anyway. Again, Amal said. The fit ended with Samer gasping and then settling into a thin, exhausted breath. Yusef stepped forward and asked, "Hospital?" Amal answered, "Not yet." Amal said, "We watch. We call it breathing drops." Yusef looked at the wall through the window and said, "This place is cursed." Samer turned head slightly and said, voice rough, "This place is a roof. Do not assign magic. Assign responsibility." Yusef stared at Samer, then whispered, "Responsibility didn't stop the stamp." Samer closed eyes for a moment, then opened them and answered with a teacher voice, quiet, firm, humane. "Responsibility does not stop power," Samer said. "Responsibility stops the self from becoming power's mirror." Yusef stepped back as if struck. He returned to the bedroom without slamming the door. The restraint mattered. Amal looked at Samer and said, "Amal will call Dr. Fard in the morning." Samer nodded. "Do it," Samer said. "Do not wait." Morning brought water on the kitchen floor. A pipe under the sink had split at the seam during the night. The drip had turned into a steady leak. Amal stepped into a cold puddle and felt instant rage. Rage showed up because the household had no room left for extra problems. Amal shut off the valve, wiped the floor, and called the landlord. The landlord answered on the fourth ring, voice annoyed. "The unit is old," the landlord said. "These things happen." Amal replied, "Send a plumber today?" Amal said, Water damage increases mold risk. Mold risk increases respiratory strain. The landlord scoffed. You always have big words, the landlord said. Amal answered, the words are simple. Amal said, fix it today. The landlord said, tomorrow. Amal paused, then used the only language that moves negligent people, cost. If the landlord delays, Amal will file a written complaint and deduct repair costs from rent with receipt. Amal said. Silence held. Then the landlord said, plumber comes in 2 hours. Amal ended the call without thanking the landlord. Yusuf watched in the doorway and said, so threats work. Amal corrected immediately. Documentation works. Amal said, landlords fear paper. Yusuf nodded slowly, absorbing the lesson the way Yusuf absorbed stair measurements and manifest discrepancies. Systems respond to records, not to pain. 2 hours later, a plumber arrived, replaced the pipe, and left without eye contact. The building returned to its usual noise. Amal stood in the kitchen and looked around the cramped room, medicine bottles, taped emergency numbers, the repaired pipe, the damp rag dry on the chair, the lemon cutting on the sill leaning toward weak light. The apartment still faced the wall. The wall still blocked sky. The wall still made the window feel like a compromise. Yet the household had done something important that morning. The household had forced a negligent landlord to act. That small win did not make the apartment a home. That small win proved the family could still push back, and pushing back was the only way this address would ever feel like anything other than a holding cell. Chapter 12, Body as Argument. Adolescence does not arrive politely. Adolescence kicks the door open, rearranges the furniture, then demands everyone pretend the mess was inevitable. Yusuf turned 13 in the apartment facing the wall. The birthday landed on a Tuesday between Samer's infusion appointment and Amal's quarterly audit at the registry unit. No party happened. No guests filled the living room. A small cake appeared anyway, bought from a corner bakery that iced everything with the same bright sugar and the same false cheer. Amal lit one candle. She did not risk more smoke in a room already short on air. Samer sat in a chair by the table, thinner now, cheeks hollowing, hands marked by 4 bruises. He forced a smile and said, make a wish. Yusuf stared at the flame and looked offended by the idea of wishing. He inhaled once, then blew the candle out with controlled force. Samer asked, what did you wish? Yusuf answered, nothing. Yusuf said, wishes don't pay rent. The sentence was funny in structure and brutal in content. Samer laughed once, then coughed, then stopped laughing. Amal watched the exchange and felt the room's temperature drop. Yusuf cut the cake without asking. He ate quickly, as if eating were a chore to finish. He returned to the bedroom and closed the door with measured pressure, not slamming, but not gentle either. The sound signaled a boundary. Amal washed plates and listened to the silence beyond the bedroom door. She did not chase Yusuf immediately. Chasing turns a boundary into a battlefield. She waited for a better opening. Samer watched them all and said quietly, the kid is scared. Amal replied, the kid is changing. Amal said, fear rides on change. Samer nodded. Talk to the kid, Samer said. Use full truth. Amal answered, truth must be timed, Amal said. Truth delivered wrong becomes violence. Samer looked at Amal with tired approval. That sentence is yours, Samer said. Amal did not smile. She felt no pride in the skill. The skill had come from too much practice. Yusuf's body started arguing with itself in small, relentless ways. Height came fast. Appetite spiked. Sleep broke apart. Acne arrived like attacks. Yusuf's shoulders broadened while Yusuf's face still held child softness. Yusuf's jaw tightened. Before doesn't exist anymore, Yusuf said, then corrected with anger at himself for honesty. Before exists on paper. Samer listened and said quietly, paper is allowed to hold before. Yusuf looked at Samer. Dad might not see after, Yusuf said, voice flat, brutal, tired. Silence hit the room like a drop weight. Amal felt panic rise, then pushed panic down with breath control. Panic would make the moment about Amal. The moment belonged to Yusuf's truth. however ugly. Samar did not flinch. He said, "Dad sees now." Yusef's eyes filled. He blinked hard and said, "Now is garbage." Samar answered, "Now is hard." Samar said, "Hard does not equal garbage." Yusef stood, grabbed a notebook, and walked to the bedroom. The door closed. Not slammed. Closed. Amal watched the door and understood the new darker layer. Yusef's drawings were not only ambition. Yusef's drawings were evidence. Evidence that Yusef's mind had started preparing for a future without Samar, by building structures where loss could be walked through without falling. That night, Amal did not take a microdose. She did not want a lens. She wanted raw truth. Amal sat in the dark living room and looked at the blank wall through the window. The wall did not move. Inside the apartment, a boy drew cities in secret because the real city kept proving itself unfit for care. Amal understood the simplest, deepest point of the chapter. A child will design a kinder world when adults fail to provide one. And that design begins in margins, the same way Amal's own resistance had begun. Small notes, hidden records, lines written where official space refused to make room. The household had been training the same instinct in two different languages. Amal's language had been documentation. Yusef's language had been architecture. Both languages were trying to do the same thing. Both languages were trying to keep someone alive. Chapter 14, Scholarship Envelope. An envelope can weigh more than furniture. A piece of paper can move a family farther than any eviction notice, because the paper contained permission to leave on purpose. The scholarship letter arrived in late summer, during a week when heat pressed on the city like a hand that would not let go. Amal came home from the registry unit with dust on shoes and fatigue behind the eyes. The new apartment still smelled faintly of damp plaster, no matter how often Amal cleaned. The window still faced the wall. The wall still returned the dull reflection of anyone who looked too long. Mail sat on the kitchen counter in a small stack. Utility bills, pharmacy receipts, a clinic appointment reminder with a barcode, the usual paperwork that kept the household alive through routine. One envelope stood out because the paper looked thicker and the logo looked expensive. Yusef hovered near the counter, pretending not to care while caring intensely. Teenage performance can be obvious and still effective. His hands stayed busy, tapping a pencil, shifting weight, checking the phone without seeing the screen. Amal picked up the envelope and read the sender line. A university, a coastal city, an admissions office that had never seen Samar's cough or the blank wall outside the window. Amal felt a sharp surge of hope and immediately distrusted it. Hope could be a scam if hope arrives without a plan. Still, Amal did not set the envelope down. She carried the envelope to the table, sat, and tore the top edge cleanly. Yusef's breathing changed across the room. The change sounded like a held inhale. Samar sat in the armchair by the living room window, blanket over legs, oxygen monitor on a side table. He watched without speaking, eyes intent, face drained by treatment and still bright with attention. Amal unfolded the letter. The language was formal, tidy, and confident. Scholarship awarded, tuition covered, partial housing assistance. Start date listed in clear numbers. Amal read twice, verifying each clause, because Amal's life had trained Amal to hunt hidden costs. Yusef asked, "Is it real?" Amal answered, "It is real," Amal said. Yusef's face cracked open for half a second. Relief, disbelief, joy, then snapped shut again into guarded neutrality. "Okay," Yusef said, as if the news were a routine schedule update. Samar's voice came soft. "Read it out loud," Samar said. Amal read the paragraph slowly, pronouncing each condition clearly. Then the words filled the room like light, trying to reach a corner. When Amal finished, Samar closed his eyes and exhaled in a way that looked like gratitude and grief tangled together. Samar said, "Yusef earned that." Yusef shrugged. "It's just school," Yusef said, but the voice trembled slightly at the end. The tremble betrayed the lie. Amal watched the tremble and understood the hidden conflict. Leaving would be success and abandonment at the same time. A child can want freedom while fearing the cost of freedom. A child can feel disloyal while choosing a future. Amal folded the letter and set it on the table like a fragile instrument. Amal said, "We plan." Planning became its own season. Amal created a checklist and taped the checklist to the cabinet door beside the emergency numbers. Accept scholarship formally, submit medical forms, secure dorm placement, arrange travel, verify monthly expenses, set contingency funds, copy all documents. Amal used the same method Amal used at work. Break the impossible into tasks small enough to finish before panic takes the wheel. Yusuf handled the academic steps fast. He wrote emails with polite distance. He scheduled placement tests. He scanned transcripts. Each message sent felt like a rung on a ladder away from the wall. Samar tried to participate. He reviewed the housing contract and circled unclear terms with a shaking hand. He insisted on reading the code of conduct, because Samar still believed in rules that protect vulnerable people. At night, Samar's body paid for every extra hour awake. A coughing fit would arrive, then feverish fatigue, then sleep heavy enough to scare them all into checking breathing twice. The scholarship letter sat on the table during those nights like a bright object in a dark room, comforting and cruel. One afternoon, Yusuf asked Amal, "Should Yusuf go?" Amal did not answer quickly. Quick answers sound like slogans. Slogans fail families. Amal asked, "Does Yusuf want to go?" Yusuf answered, "Yes," then added, "But Yusuf doesn't want to leave." Amal nodded. "Both can be true," Amal said. Yusuf stared at the wall through the window and said, "What if Dad gets worse while Yusuf is gone?" Amal answered with a sentence that felt like swallowing glass. "Dad may get worse whether Yusuf stays or leaves." Amal said, "Yusuf cannot control biology by sacrificing the future." Yusuf's eyes narrowed. "That sounds like permission," Yusuf said. Amal replied, "That is permission," Amal said. "Permission comes with responsibility. Responsibility means showing up in every way possible." Yusuf asked, "How?" Amal answered, "Call." Amal said, "Right. Visit when possible. Build a life that makes the suffering mean something." Yusuf's mouth tightened. "Meaning doesn't fix slums," Yusuf said. Amal replied, "Meaning does not fix slums." Amal said, "Meaning prevents collapse." The conversation ended without a hug. The conversation ended with both people pretending the words had not cut. Still, the words did necessary work. Departure required a suitcase. Chapter 13. Cities drawn in secret. Secrets do not always hide wrongdoing. Secrets often hide tenderness, because tenderness becomes risky inside a household trained by loss. Amal found the first notebook by accident, which is how most truths reveal themselves. She had opened the old sewing box, searching for spare buttons. The box contained no buttons. The box contained a stack of paper wrapped in a grocery bag, tucked beneath a spool of thread that had dried out years earlier. The grocery bag crackled when Amal lifted it. The sound felt loud in the apartment facing the wall, because the apartment amplified everything. Coughing, arguments, footsteps, and now paper telling on itself. Amal slid the stack out carefully. Spiral notebooks, cardboard sheets cut into rectangles, loose pages torn from school pads. The top notebook had no label, only a pencil mark near the edge, a small square that looked like the beginning of a floor plan. Amal did not flip the cover open right away. She hesitated, because privacy matters even between family members. Privacy also collapses under pressure, and the household had been living under pressure for years. Amal opened the cover anyway. A city lived inside. Not a skyline, not a postcard, not a fantasy tower. A city drawn with structural respect. Street grids that accounted for foot traffic. Stairwells that did not punish knees. Alleys that suggested safety without pretending danger had disappeared. Bridges stretched across gaps like sober solutions rather than romantic gestures. Amal turned a page. A staircase appeared. Wide landing space at humane intervals. Handrails followed the palm's natural curve. Light entered the stairwell from a high window, angled to reduce glare, angled to reduce fear. The drawing included measurements in the margin: riser height, tread depth, rail clearance. The numbers looked like discipline. The lines looked like care. Amal felt a sting behind the eyes and did not let the sting become tears immediately. Tears would have blurred the paper, and Amal had no right to blur Yusef's work. Amal turned another page. A balcony appeared with 2 chairs and a lemon tree in a pot. The balcony's depth matched memory. The balcony's rail height matched safety. The lemon tree leaned toward light with the exact stubborn tilt Amal recognized from real leaves. Amal inhaled sharply. The sound escaped before control arrived. From the bedroom, Yusef called out, "What?" Amal closed the notebook quickly, not to hide evidence, to prevent reflexive shame. "Nothing," Amal said, then corrected immediately because the line would poison the moment. Amal found drawings. Amal said, "Amal is looking." Silence followed, then footsteps. Then Yusef appeared in the kitchen doorway, face tense, jaw set, shoulders held high as armor. Yusef asked, "Why?" Amal answered, "Because the pages were in the sewing box," Amal said. "Because the pages matter." Yusef stepped forward and reached for the notebook. Amal did not pull away. She handed the notebook over like returning a document to its rightful owner. Yusef held the notebook against the chest. "Those are private," Yusef said. Amal replied, "Private deserves respect." Amal said, "Private also deserves being seen with honor when discovery happens." Yusef's eyes narrowed. "Honor?" Yusef asked, suspicious of softness. Amal nodded. "The drawings are good," Amal said. "The drawings are precise. The drawings are careful." Yusef's posture shifted slightly. Pride tried to rise. Pride fought fear and lost halfway. He said, "Whatever." The dismissal sounded fake even to Yusef. Samar coughed on the couch, then said, voice rough, "Bring the notebook." Yusef hesitated. Yusef walked to the living room and sat near Samar. Samar asked, "Show Samar." Yusef opened the notebook with hands that trembled slightly. Samar leaned in and studied the lines as if reading a familiar language. Samar whispered, "These lines are disciplined." Yusef's voice turned sharp. "They're just drawings." Samar shook head slowly. "They are not just drawings," Samar said. "They are decisions." Samar pointed at a stairwell diagram. "This landing," Samar said. "This is mercy. This is not decoration." Yusef looked away, embarrassed by being understood. Amal sat in the chair across from them and watched the 3 generations of the household. Childhood stolen, adulthood strained, illness advancing, gather around pencil marks like around a small fire. That night, Yusef did not slam the bedroom door. Yusef still closed the door with firmness. The difference mattered. The difference suggested a crack in the armor. After midnight, Amal took a microdose at the kitchen table. Amal had started using the microdose as a controlled lens during family crises, not as escape, not as rebellion. She wanted clarity without cruelty. She wanted empathy without collapse. She documented dosage and time, drank water, and stayed inside. The effect arrived in increased sensitivity to pattern. Amal replayed the day's discovery, but the replay came with added detail. Yusef's microflinch good. Yusef's hand tightening around the notebook. Yusef's breathing catching when Samar called the lines disciplined. Under the altered frame, Amal understood the drawings as a hidden coping system. Yusef could not control Samar's lungs. Yusef could not control the city stamps. Yusef could control line weight. That control had kept Yusef from spilling into rage all the time. The fights at school had been one expression. The drawings had been another, quieter expression. Amal wrote in the notebook. Drafting can function as prayer for people who distrust prayer. Amal closed the notebook, then opened Yusef's drawing notebook again, carefully, with permission now implied by the family's conversation. Amal turned to a page that showed a corridor. The corridor contained a sequence of doorways. Each doorway included a small note, clear sightline, no sharp corners, soft lighting, sound dampening. The notes sounded like architecture. The notes also sounded like trauma management. Amal felt something colder than sadness. Recognition that a 13-year-old had begun designing against fear because fear became daily weather. Amal heard Samar cough in sleep. and felt the sound land inside of mind as a structural fault line. The building might have moved, but the household's foundation had cracked years earlier. Amal walked to the bedroom door and listened. Yusef's breathing sounded calmer tonight. Not peaceful, calmer. The difference mattered. Amal returned to the table and wrote another line. Some children build forts. Yusef builds exits. Amal stared at the sentence until the microdose edge softened and exhaustion arrived. The following week, the secret drawings multiplied. Yusef began leaving sketch pages on the table unintentionally, not displayed, not hidden well either. Amal treated each page with the same respect Amal used for fragile documents at work. Clean hands, no coffee rings, no bending corners. One page showed a small clinic waiting room with chairs spaced to prevent crowding. Another page showed a school stairwell with 2 handrails at different heights. Another page showed a courtyard planted with lemon trees, each tree labeled with a year and a name. Amal asked Yusef one direct question after dinner. Why lemon trees everywhere? Yusef shrugged. Because lemon trees survive, Yusef said. Amal asked, because lemon trees remind Yusef of before? Amal crossed carefully, watched by drivers who treated pedestrians like obstacles. She walked toward the lane that used to lead to the old entrance. The lane was narrower now. Construction had eaten part of it. A new curb cut angled awkwardly. The pavement looked patched in rectangles, like a wound repaired too quickly. Amal kept moving. The old building was still standing, but not for long. Red markings sprayed near the base indicated future removal. A metal fence blocked part of the ground floor. Paper notices flapped in the wind, stapled to plywood. Improvement, clearance, benefit, and other words designed to sound neutral. A guard sat on a plastic chair near the fence, eating sunflower seeds, spitting shells into a bottle. The guard looked bored, because boredom is how people survive participating in harm. Amal walked past the guard without making eye contact. She did not need permission to remember. In the courtyard behind the building, a small house still stood, one of the last older structures that had somehow escaped the first wave of demolition. The house looked out of place among newer concrete blocks, like a grandmother in a nightclub. Amal had measured that house years earlier. She remembered the family. Parents, 3 children, a grandfather who never sat fully because pride kept the knees from relaxing. Amal walked to the house's doorway. A new door had replaced the old door. The paint looked fresh. The handle looked cheap. Still, the frame remained. Pencil marks still climbed the left side of the frame. Amal stepped closer and read the names. Adam, 6. Noor, 8. Then higher, Adam, 10. Then higher, Noor, 12. The handwriting changed slightly with each year. Different pressure, different confidence, different pen. Someone had measured growth and refused to erase evidence. Amal pressed fingertips lightly to the wood. The wood felt warm from sun. The warmth made the moment worse, because warmth suggests welcome, and Amal was not welcome here. She was a stranger now. A voice came from inside. Hello? Amal stepped back from the threshold and said, sorry. She used to work municipal surveys. She recognized the frame. A woman appeared in the doorway, early 40s, hair tied back, eyes cautious. You're looking at the marks, the woman said. Amal nodded. Yes, Amal said. Someone kept them. The woman's expression softened slightly. The previous owner's father did the marks, the woman said. When we bought the place, my husband wanted to paint. I said no. Amal asked why no. The woman shrugged. Because someone grew here, the woman said. Erasing felt cruel. Amal felt tears push up fast and hot. She did not want to cry in front of a stranger. She cried anyway, because the body sometimes refuses control when the truth is clean. The woman did not apologize for Amal's tears. The woman did not offer empty comfort. The woman simply stepped aside and said, come in if you want. Amal entered. The house smelled of coffee and soap and old plaster. Furniture looked mismatched, chosen by necessity rather than design. A small rug covered a crack in tile. A child's backpack leaned against a chair. On the wall near the kitchen, The woman had hung a framed photograph of 3 children in a courtyard, smiling, holding hands. The photograph looked older than the current furniture. The photograph belonged to the previous family. Amal pointed gently. "You kept their photo?" The woman nodded. "The grandfather came back once," the woman said. "The grandfather asked if he could take it. I said yes. He said no. He said he wanted his grandchildren to know someone else lived kindly in the same space." Amal swallowed. The sentence felt like an unexpected form of ethics. Strangers honoring continuity. Amal asked, "Do you know what happened to them?" The woman answered, "They moved out of the city," the woman said. "The grandfather died after move. People say grief finished the work the city started." Amal felt anger flare. She also felt something colder, recognition. Displacement kills in ways no bulldozer can get charged for. Amal looked back at the doorframe marks and thought of Yusuf learning to count breath, learning to walk again, learning to draw again. Growth is not guaranteed. Growth requires a place to happen. Amal said, "Thank you for not erasing." The woman replied, "Thank you for noticing," the woman said. Amal left the house with the feeling of having touched a relic that was still alive. Outside, construction noise continued. A drill whined, metal clanged, someone shouted. The city kept working on its own story. Amal sat on a low curb in shade and opened the folder of papers. Inside the folder sat a printout of the subcontractor list that had linked Amal's eviction project to Yusuf's site. The same name, the same pattern, documentation irregularities, a phrase that functioned as a polite synonym for theft. Amal stared at the name and understood that the manuscript's moral center had moved from observation to consequence. Recording was no longer only ethics. Recording was now leverage. That afternoon, Amal did not microdose. Insight did not require it today. The doorframe marks had done the work without chemical assistance. Amal returned home and found Sam awake, eyes tired, face pale. He asked, "Did Amal see it?" Amal answered, "The building is still standing." Amal said, "The house with the marks is still standing." The marks remained. Samer's eyes softened. "Good," Samer said. "Someone respected a life." Amal sat beside the bed and said, "A woman kept the marks on purpose." Samer whispered, "That woman is better than many officials." Amal nodded. "Yes," Amal said. Then Amal did something different. Instead of writing a distilled line in a notebook, Amal took action. Amal called Hossam the lawyer. Hossam answered, "Tell me." Amal said, "I has documentation tying an eviction-related subcontractor to a construction fraud pattern and a safety failure." Amal said, "Amal needs a path that creates consequences." Hossam paused. "That's serious," Hossam said. "Do you have dates, names, files?" Amal replied, "Yes." Amal said, "Photos, printouts, and project codes." Hossam said, "Then we build a case file." Hossam said, "We decide which agency fears paper most. We file in sequence. We do not threaten. We submit." Amal felt something like relief, but harder, relief mixed with risk. Taking action invites retaliation. Still, action also restores dignity. Amal said, "I will bring the file tomorrow." Hossam replied, "Bring copies," Hossam said. "Keep originals hidden." Amal ended the call and looked at Samer. Samer asked, "What is Amal doing?" Amal answered, "I is turning record-keeping into defense." Amal said. Samer nodded slowly. "That is the right evolution," Samer said. "Witness must eventually move." Amal looked toward the window. The wall still stood outside. The wall still blocked sky. Yet Amal felt less trapped than before, because the day had produced something concrete. Proof that care can survive transfer, and proof that documentation can be weaponized ethically. The chapter ended without symbols. The chapter ended with movement. Amal had touched the doorframe that refused erasure. Now Amal would refuse erasure too. Chapter 21, Calendar of Infusions. Time stopped behaving like weather and started behaving like inventory. Days became boxes. Boxes became obligations. The household learned a harsh arithmetic. Every week either contains treatment or contains recovery from treatment, and recovery never returns a body to the version that existed before. Amal reached deeper and pulled out an envelope of official paper, scholarship letters, acceptance forms, dorm agreements, medical clearances stamped by clinics that no longer remember the family. A smaller folded page fell from the stack and slid across the table. Yusuf caught it before it hit the floor. The page was a drawing Yusuf had once given Amal. A kitchen, light entering respectfully, a lemon tree on the sill bending with deliberate gravity. In the corner, Amal's name appeared in Samer's handwriting, copied by Yusuf years later with careful devotion. Yusuf stared at the name and looked away quickly, as a direct eye contact with grief would cause collapse. Amal said, "Keep it open," Amal said. Yusuf's voice went sharp. "Why?" Amal answered, "Because this is not a museum," Amal said. "This is evidence." Yusuf's jaw tightened. "Evidence of what?" Amal said, "Evidence that we existed with care," Amal said. "Evidence that care wasn't fantasy." Yusuf breathed out slowly and placed the drawing flat on the table. Under the drawing lay Amal's own notebook pages. Torn sheets with handwriting that looked like registry notes written for a courtroom. Dates, addresses, short descriptions, lists of names and conditions, and risks. The shadow archive that had started as resistance and had become a weapon. Yusuf lifted one page and read a line. Parcel 72 to 19. Senior relies on window ledge for balance. Relocation must include accessibility screening. Yusuf looked up. "You kept this," Yusuf said. Amal replied, "I kept everything I could," Amal said. Yusuf asked, "Did anyone listen?" Amal answered, "Sometimes." Amal said, "Often no." Yusuf's hand tightened around the page. "So why keep writing?" Amal's voice stayed calm. "Because the city prefers silence," Amal said. "Because silence is how harm becomes normal." Yusuf stared down at the handwriting again and finally nodded. The nod did not celebrate. The nod acknowledged. Samer woke during the sorting and tried to stand. Samer's body moved slowly, like a person walking through water. Yusuf stood immediately and supported Samer's elbow. Samer hated needing support and accepted support anyway, because pride becomes optional when breath becomes expensive. Samer entered the kitchen and stopped at the table, looking at the open box like someone arriving late to a class and discovering the lesson already started. Samer asked, "What are you doing?" Amal answered, "We're looking." Amal said, "We're not waiting for memory to be destroyed by fatigue." Samer's eyes softened. He sat in the chair carefully, as if the act of sitting required permission from ribs and lungs. Yusuf pushed the notebook towards Samer. "Your words," Yusuf said. Samer touched the cover with 2 fingers, gentle, reverent. "Students' words," Samer corrected. Yusuf's voice turned raw. "Your life," Yusuf said. Samer lifted his gaze. "Our life," Samer said. Silence held for a moment. Outside, traffic hummed. Inside, breath and paper filled the room. Samer opened the notebook and flipped to a page near the end. "Consequence," Samer read, voice quiet. "What happens next because something happened?" Yusuf let out a single laugh that sounded like disbelief. "That's a cruel word for this family," Yusuf said. Samer looked at Yusuf steadily. "Consequence is not cruelty," Samer said. "Consequence is reality." Amal watched the exchange and felt the room tilt towards something that resembled closure. Samer coughed, harsh and deep. The cough bent Samer forward over the table. Yusuf reached to steady Samer's shoulder. Samer waved the help away, then accepted help when the cough refused to stop. When the fit ended, Samer sat upright again, breathing shallowly, eyes wet. Samer whispered, "I want to take you both to the sea and come back." Amal answered, "We went," Amal said. "We came back. The trip did its job." Samer's mouth lifted slightly. "The sea did not heal," Samer said. Amal replied, "The sea clarified," Amal said. Yusuf stared at the table and whispered, "Clarifying hurts." Samer said, "Yes," then added, "Hurting can still teach." That night Amal asked Yusuf to bring 2 folders from the box into the bedroom. The shadow archive copies and the corruption file copies. Yusef carried them in, careful with corners, careful with breath, careful with not making the moment dramatic. Amal lay propped on pillows, tired from the day's emotions and from a quiet progression of illness. Her scan results had returned with enough confirmation to remove Hope's illusions. The oncology consult had used the same careful phrases Dr. Farid used: treatment plan, response monitoring, manage symptoms. The language was kind and brutal. Amal pointed to the folders. If Amal can't, Amal said, then stop, because direct naming still hurt. Yusef finished the sentence. If you die, Yusef said, voice flat. Amal nodded once. Then Yusef will have these, Amal said, and Nadine will have copies, and Hassan will have filings, and the city will not get quiet victory. Yusef's eyes filled. You're turning your life into a case file. Amal replied, I'm turning harm into a trail. Amal said, I spent years writing margins. Margins are ready to become headlines if needed. Yusef swallowed hard. Is this what you want to do with the time left? Amal answered, time left belongs to truth. Amal said, truth is the only inheritance I can guarantee. Yusef sat on the edge of the bed and held Amal's hand carefully, as if pressure might break bone. Yusef whispered, I don't want inheritance. I want you. Amal's throat tightened. She did not correct the childlike sentence. She honored it. Amal said, I know. Near midnight, Amal used a microdose, rare now, deliberate, reserved for moments when the mind needed to hold grief without collapsing into it. Amal drank water. She ate a small piece of bread. She stayed in bed with the lamp low and the folders stacked on the nightstand like quiet guards. The effect arrived as sharpened attention without fantasy. Amal listened to the apartment. Pipes ticking, distant voices, a television's muffled laughter through a wall. Samer's breath in the other room, Yusef's restless shifting on the couch. Under the altered frame, the box on the kitchen table became more than storage. The box became the family's proof that care had existed as action, not as mood. Amal saw the paper planes as Samer's refusal to discard children's attempts. She saw the scholarship letter as a door that opened because Yusef refused to stop drawing. She saw the shadow archive as a stubborn insistence that people's lives are not non-essential narrative content. Amal saw the corruption file as a reminder that ethics can move from observation to consequence. Amal did not write a distilled sentence. She did not need to nail the moment to the page. The moment already held. Amal closed eyes and let the mind rest inside the knowledge that something good remained even in a deathful corridor. Witnesses, records, and the transfer craft. In the morning, Yusef would return to the kitchen and close the box. The box would go back to the closet, but the contents would not return to silence. The family had opened the archive. Now the archive would start shaping what happens next. Chapter 23, Last Lessons. Death does not arrive like a villain. Death arrives like paperwork. Incremental, procedural, relentless, and indifferent to the person holding the pen. 2 days later, during Samer's infusion, Dina approached Amal while Samer slept under a drip. When was your last physical? Dina asked. Years, Amal admitted. Dina looked directly at Amal's face. You're pale, Dina said. You move like your joints hurt. You're flattening out. Get labs. Amal tried to decline. Dina cut the decline off. Caregivers crash quietly, Dina said. Then everyone suffers. The sentence was not emotional. The sentence was operational. Amal respected operational. Amal scheduled blood work the next morning and did not tell Samer, using the cowardly logic that data should arrive before fear. The phlebotomist tied the tourniquet, tapped the vein and filled vials, red top, lavender top, gold top. The clinic smelled like alcohol wipes and tired patients. She left with bandage and a pulse that felt loud in the ears. Dr. Qasim called 2 days later and asked Amal to come in. The office window faced a parking lot. Sunlight looked normal. That normality felt offensive. Dr. Qasim sat with a folder and said carefully, some markers are abnormal. Imaging is needed. Amal asked, cancer? Dr. Qasim paused. Possible, Dr. Qasim said, not confirmed. but we should move fast. Amal nodded once. The same motion Amal used when receiving notices at work. She asked, next steps? CT scan, referral, biopsy consult, oncology review. The vocabulary the family already knew from Samer's path now opened again under Amal's name. Outside, Amal stood in sunlight and understood the calendar would double. A second set of boxes would appear. That night Amal told Samer, because secrecy rots homes from the inside. Samer sat propped on pillows, breath shallow but steady. The television played low volume. The sound existed only to keep silence from growing teeth. Amal said, I did labs. Samer's eyes sharpened. Why didn't you say? Amal answered, because you already care enough. Samer replied, that's sentence avoidance. Amal delivered the clean version. Results were abnormal. Amal said, Dr. Qasim suspects cancer. Imaging is scheduled. Samer stared. A long silence arrived, then a short cough, then another silence. Samer whispered, no. Amal said, yes. Amal said, suspected, not confirmed. Samer's face tightened with anger that had nowhere to go. This is wrong. Amal answered, wrong does not stop biology. Samer coughed hard, longer than usual. Amal reached for the inhaler and steadied the mask. He waved it away, then accepted it, because pride collapses when oxygen becomes scarce. After Samer steadied, Samer said, voice cracked, you carried everything. Amal replied, I carried what existed. Samer's eyes filled. Now you're the patient too. Amal nodded. We adjust. Samer reached for Amal's hand and held it with fragile strength. Promise something, Samer said. What? Amal asked. Promise you'll treat your body like it counts. Samer said. Promise no hero act. Amal said, I promise. And the promise felt like signing a contract with Storm. 2 nights later, after the household finally slept, Amal used a microdose, measured and logged, not for escape, for steadiness. Water, bread, a quiet room, no driving, no performance. Amal sat at the kitchen table, facing the taped calendar. Under the shift, the calendar changed shape. The boxes stopped looking like errands and started looking like a battlefield map. Samer's infusions, Samer's labs, Amal's scans, Amal's consults. 2 bodies failing inside one small unit. 2 illnesses sharing the same air. A plain insight landed, without poetry. If both adults fail at once, systems will not catch the family. That thought clarified priorities more effectively than comfort ever could. Amal made calls. Nadine received the backup location for the corruption file and the instruction to keep copies off-site. Hossam received the directive to file the first complaint immediately before illness swallowed time. Youssef received the direct message. Samer is worse. Amal has tests. Stay in school. Call daily. Do not disappear. The messages sounded harsh. The messages functioned as scaffolding. Scaffolding is not pretty. Scaffolding keeps a structure upright while repairs begin. At dawn, Samer woke coughing and asked, voice thin, are you afraid? Amal answered without lying. I'm afraid, Amal said. I'm still operating. Samer whispered, that's why you survive. Amal replied, that's why we survive. The calendar remained taped to the cabinet door. 2 sets of appointments now owned the month. The family had not reached death yet, but death had stopped feeling hypothetical. Death had started behaving like an appointment that could get moved earlier, without warning. Chapter 22, The Box of Paper Planes. The box survived every move because the box never advertised its value. A plain cardboard carton, taped and retaped, labeled once in faded markers papers, then never relabeled again. Furniture got negotiated, clothes got donated, dishes got replaced. The box kept showing up in every new address like an uninvited witness. Amal asked for the box on a Thursday afternoon when light looked thin and tired against the wall outside the window. The request came softly, almost casual, which is how people speak when the subject is too large to carry in one sentence. Bring the box, Amal said. Yusuf stood by the kitchen counter with a grocery bag in one hand and a phone in the other. Yusuf had arrived the night before on a short leave from university, wrists still stiff in cold air, eyes older than the last visit. Samar lay in the bedroom, asleep between coughing fits, skin warm from steroids and fever that refused to fully break. The calendar on the cabinet door held 2 sets of boxes now, Samar's and Amal's, stacked so tightly the month looked like a crowded train. Yusuf asked, "Which box?" Amal answered, "The one we never open," Amal said. Yusuf's mouth tightened. That sounded like a funeral request. Amal looked at Yusuf steadily. "That sounds like preparation," Amal said. Yusuf did not argue. He carried the carton from the hall closet to the table, like carrying a small animal that might bite. The tape peeled with a slow tearing sound that felt too loud in a home where everyone listened for breathing. Inside the box lay an archive that had never been curated for beauty. Items rested in stacks and envelopes, folded and refolded, held together by string, paper clips, and habit. Amal lifted the first layer carefully. Samar's students' papers, folded into planes, sat in a bundle tied with twine. Some planes were crisp. Others had soft creases from being held too often. On the underside of one plane, a child had written in uneven handwriting, "To Mr. He, please don't leave." Amal's throat tightened. She did not cry yet. She placed the plane back down, as if placing a fragile tool back into its case. Yusuf reached in and pulled out a small notebook. The cover read, "Words Students Ask About." The notebook was Samar's handwriting, exact and calm. The margin drawing stars, houses, a bus with square wheels, looked like a second language. Yusuf flipped to a page and read out loud without intending to. "Joining," Yusuf said, then paused. "Two things becoming one without either thing disappearing." Amal watched the words land on Yusuf's face. He looked as if the definition had reached into the chest and pressed on something sore. Amal said, "Samar wrote that for a child." Yusuf replied, "Samar wrote that for us," Yusuf said. The sentence sounded bitter and grateful at once. Samar's gaze shifted to Yusuf. Yusuf stepped closer, face hard, eyes wet. Samar whispered, "Come closer." Yusuf leaned down until Samar's forehead touched Yusuf's temple. Samar's breath warmed Yusuf's skin faintly, like a last small act of contact. Samar said, barely audible, "Build kind." Yusuf choked, "I'm trying." Samar whispered, "Try harder when tired. Tired is when people get cruel." Yusuf nodded, tears finally falling. Samar's eyes moved back to Amal. His gaze held the teacher's seriousness and the husband's tenderness at the same time. Samar said, "Amal must promise." Amal asked, "What?" Samar whispered, "No pretending." Amal nodded, "No pretending." Amal said. Samar lifted Amal's hand with effort and brought the knuckles to mouth. The gesture looked familiar, the way Samar had once held Amal's palm and breathed against it during the earlier illness season, as if sheltering a future where words were too heavy. Now Samar's breath came thin and uneven, like pages turned too fast. Samar breathed against Amal's hand, once, then again. The second breath did not complete. The body tried to pull air in and failed halfway. The monitor beep changed tone. A nurse shouted a code. Feet ran. A curtain opened. A crash cart arrived with an efficient brutality. Amal did not move. She did not scream. She held Samar's hand and watched the face lose tension in small increments, as if the body finally stopped fighting a battle it had been losing for months. Yusuf stood on the other side of the bed and looked frozen. A doctor pressed on Samar's chest. A nurse pushed medication. Another nurse counted. The staff moved with competence and urgency. Samar's body did not return. At 5:03 a.m., the doctor stopped compressions and looked at Amal with the careful eyes of someone about to deliver a sentence that changes a life. "I'm sorry," the doctor said. Amal heard the words and felt the world tilt, but the body stayed upright. Grief arrived as numbness first, not tears. Tears would come later. Numbness arrived because the nervous system had already spent too much time in emergency mode. Yusuf made it sound like a child who just learned language is too small. He sank into a chair and covered the face with both hands. Amal leaned down and kissed Samer's forehead. The skin felt warm still. Warmth after death is one of nature's cruel jokes. Amal whispered, "Thank you." No response came. The staff left quietly, giving space the way professionals do when they cannot fix. The room's lighting stayed the same. The air stayed sterile. The world did not change its policies for private loss. Amal sat beside Samer and stared at the forward tubing, the monitor screen, the oxygen mask. Machines remained ready even after the person had left. Machines do not mourn. Yusuf looked up with red eyes and asked, "What now?" Amal answered with the only honest sentence available. "Now we live with a consequence," Amal said. Yusuf whispered, "This is unbearable." Amal replied, "Yes." Amal said, "Still bear it." The last lesson Samer taught did not come from a notebook. The last lesson came from the way Samer died. Quietly, without performance, insisting on kindness even as breath failed. Outside the unit, the hospital kept working. Inside, the family center disappeared, and the absence felt like a building collapsing without sound. Chapter 24, Amal's Spring Departure. Spring did what spring always does, acted innocent. Morning light softened the corners of the room. Noon light turned sharp, like a blade left out on purpose. Outside, vendors argued over prices, buses coughed smoke, and construction crews kept drilling as if noise could substitute for meaning. Inside, the apartment facing the wall held a different season, one made of pills, paperwork, and the quiet tyranny of the clock. Since Samer's death, the home had stopped feeling like a place and started feeling like an assignment. Yusuf kept returning between classes and therapy appointments, traveling with a backpack full of clean clothes and a face full of restraint. Some nights Yusuf slept on the couch because Samer's side of the bedroom still seemed occupied by absence. Amal stayed in the bedroom anyway, propped on pillows, because abandoning the room felt like granting death a second victory. The lemon tree became the loudest living thing in the house. Repotting had given the roots room. Grief had given the tree a strange stage. Tiny blossoms opened in clusters, bright and shameless, releasing a citrus fragrance that made the stale air feel briefly washable. The scent arrived each morning like a reminder that biology keeps going even when love stops. Yusuf noticed the blossoms and said, "It's blooming again." Amal answered, "Timing is never polite." Yusuf hovered near the pot, touched the leaf with the side of a finger, and whispered, "Dad would have liked this." Amal did not correct the tense. She said he liked it. The words landed and stayed. Oncology did not pause for mourning. Dr. Salman Nasser spoke with a careful voice that doctors use when the truth is heavy enough to bruise. "We can treat," Dr. Nasser said. "We can aim for time. We can aim for comfort. We cannot promise cure." Amal asked how long. Dr. Nasser answered, "We don't get to know in advance." Amal nodded once, as if receiving a notice stamped by the universe. No drama, no bargaining, just intake. The way Amal had learned to take in bad news for strangers for a living. Back home, Amal taped new dates beside the old ones. Samer's calendar boxes remained on the cabinet door like a ghost schedule. She added Amal's scan days, consult days, and fusion days. Two people's medical time occupied one kitchen. Then one of those people became a memory, and the calendar refused to care. Some mornings Amal stood at the sink and realized standing had become work. Breath came shorter. Legs felt heavier. The chest carried a thick pressure that did not behave like panic. Panic spikes. This pressure sat there, steady, as if it had signed a lease. One afternoon Amal tried to chop onions and had to stop halfway. The knife remained in the board, handle pointing upward, ridiculous and threatening. Yusuf reached over quietly and finished the cutting without being asked. Amal watched and said, "You learn to do things without permission." Yusuf replied, "Permission stopped existing." The sentence sounded harsh. The sentence sounded true. The corruption file did not become a heroic crusade. The corruption file became a second bloodstream, always moving, always demanding attention, always refusing clean endings. Hassan filed complaints in sequence. Offices issued acknowledgments in polite language designed to delay. One inspector called and asked for additional documentation, then stopped responding. A journalist expressed interest, then moved on when a bigger fire arrived somewhere else. Amal understood the pattern too well to be surprised. Institutions do not fear truth. Institutions fear proof. Proof lived in Amal's folders, in Nadine's backups, and now in Yusuf's email inbox. One night, while Yusuf reviewed copies at the table, Yusuf asked, "Does any of this matter if you're dying?" Amal answered, "It matters because it never stopped Matri." Yusuf stared at the pages and said, "I wanted you to rest." Amal replied, "Rest won't reverse disease." Amal said, "Action might prevent the city from calling harm an accident." Yusuf's jaw tightened. "That sounds like a job." Amal said, "Care always was a job." Amal said, "A job we did without salary." Samar's final week began with a small improvement that fooled everyone for half a day. Appetite returned just enough for Samar to ask for toast. Color returned just enough for Samar to look less ghost-like under the apartment's weak light. He even corrected Amal once, gently, when Amal mispronounced a medication name. "Not that," Samar said, voice thin and amused. "That name belongs to a different drug. That drug belongs to a different disaster." Amal smiled because the correction sounded like Samar again, teacher voice, humane precision, humor used as a handrail. Then Samar coughed. The cough lasted longer than the smile. By evening, fever returned, low and stubborn. The thermometer read 38.4 degrees Celsius, then 38.7 degrees Celsius, then 39.1 degrees Celsius. Amal watched numbers climb and felt the calendar boxes collapse into one word, ER. Yusuf was in the kitchen when Amal checked the temperature the third time. He had arrived 2 days earlier for what was supposed to be a short visit. His hand still ached under cold water. His eyes looked darker than usual, as if sleep had stopped working. Yusuf asked, "Is this the infection again?" Amal answered, "Yes." Amal said, "Or something worse." Samar heard the exchange and tried to sit up. "No drama," Samar said. The sentence came out broken by breath. He hated drama. He also hated lying. Amal replied, "This is not drama." Amal said, "This is protocol." Yusuf grabbed a folder from the cabinet. IDs, insurance card, discharge papers, medication list. The folder moved now like a reflex. The household had become trained in departure. Amal called an ambulance because Samar's oxygen saturation dropped under 90 while Samar sat still. The call operator asked questions with calm efficiency. She answered in full sentences, crisp nouns, no extra words. Samar said, "Taxi is faster." Amal answered, "Ambulance is safer." Samar whispered, "I is tired of being carried." Amal replied, "Samar will be carried." Amal said, "That is not shame. That is love doing work." Samar's eyes filled. He turned face toward the wall as if embarrassed by tears. The siren arrived. The stretcher arrived. The apartment's narrow hallway turned into a passage for wheels and elbows. A paramedic lifted Samar's shirt, attached electrodes, checked pulse ox, listened to lungs. The paramedic's face remained neutral, but the paramedic's eyes moved faster than the hands. Fast eyes mean concern. "Any chest pain?" the paramedic asked. Samar answered, "Tightness." "Any dizziness?" "Some." "Any confusion?" Samar tried to joke. "Only normal confusion." The paramedic did not laugh. "We're going," the paramedic said. Yusuf walked behind the stretcher, carrying the folder like a sacred object. Amal followed, keys in pocket, phone in hand, breath controlled by discipline rather than calm. Outside, the night air smelled like exhaust and dust. A neighbor watched from a doorway with that helpless expression people wear when private disaster becomes public sound. The ambulance door shut. The vehicle moved. The city kept functioning around it as if emergency were a routine lane in traffic. The emergency department looked like a machine swallowing bodies. Blast victims still drifted in days later with infections from glass cuts and nightmares masquerading as chest pain. The waiting room held too many people and not enough chairs. A television played news clips with volume turned low, as a quiet made tragedy more polite. A triage nurse asked Amal, "Relationship?" Amal answered, "Wife." The nurse asked, "Diagnosis?" Amal answered, "Cancer, immunosuppressed, fever, oxygen drop." The nurse asked, "Time of fever onset?" Amal answered, 6 hours, rising. The nurse nodded and attached a wristband to Samer's arm. The band looked like a barcode on a human being. Samer got moved quickly into a curtained bay because fever in an immunosuppressed patient triggers institutional urgency. Amal felt gratitude for the speed and hatred for the fact that speed required such danger. Dr. Fard arrived after midnight. Dr. Fard's hair looked slightly disordered, the way hair looks when a person has been holding too much responsibility too long. Dr. Fard listened to Samer's lungs, checked the monitor, reviewed labs, and spoke in the careful tone used when truth must be delivered without cruelty. "Neutrophils are very low," Dr. Fard said. "Infection risk is extreme. We'll start broad-spectrum antibiotics now. We'll admit to monitored care." Samer whispered, "How bad?" Dr. Fard paused a beat too long. "Serious," Dr. Fard said. "We treat aggressively. We also plan realistically." The last phrase landed like a door closing gently. Youssef stood near the curtain with fists clenched. He asked, "Does realistically mean death?" Dr. Fard looked at Youssef and did not lie. "It means we prepare for outcomes we cannot control," Dr. Fard said. Samer looked toward Youssef with a kind of apology in the eyes. Samer hated being the reason other people suffered. Amal held Samer's hand and said, "Do not apologize." Samer tried to speak and cough instead. The cough sounded wet now, heavy, as if the lungs had started filling with something that medicine could not fully evacuate. A nurse attached a new line. Antibiotics dripped. Oxygen increased. The monitor beeped steadily, each beep sounding like a metronome for dread. The monitored unit did not have windows. The lighting stayed constant. The air smelled like disinfectant and plastic tubing. The hallway carried soft footsteps, carts rolling, alarms sounding briefly then silencing, the constant low murmur staff communicating in codes. Time blurred. Amal sat in a chair beside Samer's bed and felt the chair carve pain into thighs. Youssef paced the small visitor space until a nurse told Youssef to sit. Youssef sat and immediately stood again. Sitting felt like surrender. Samer drifted in and out of sleep. When Samer woke, Samer asked small questions that broke Amal's heart more than large questions. "Did Youssef eat?" Samer asked. Amal answered, "Yes." "Did Youssef sleep?" Amal lied. "Some." Youssef looked at Amal sharply, but did not expose the lie. He understood why the lie existed. The lie was a bandage. Samer asked, "Is a lemon tree watered?" Amal answered, "Yes." Samer whispered, "Good." Samer's priorities had narrowed into symbols of continuity, not because Samer believed symbols could save life, because symbols made the room feel less erased. At 4:12 a.m., Samer woke with a coughing fit that did not end. The cough came in waves. Samer's face reddened. Oxygen saturation dropped. A nurse rushed in, adjusted the mask. Increased flow, called respiratory. Samer's eyes searched the room, wide and frightened, and that fear hurt more than anything else. He had spent a lifetime teaching children not to panic. Now Samer's own body refused the lesson. "Breathe," Amal said, voice firm. "In, out." Samer tried. The cough interrupted again. Respiratory therapy arrived with suction and nebulizer. The staff moved fast in practice. The staff spoke in short commands. Amal stayed out of the way and held Samer's hand, because touching was the only action left that did not require permission. The coughing eased. Samer lay back, exhausted. Tears leaked from the corners of Samer's eyes and slid toward the temples. He did not wipe them. Wiping required energy Samer no longer had. Samer whispered, "I is sorry." Amal said, "Stop." Samer tried again. "Samer is sorry Amal is alone." Amal replied, "I is not alone." Amal said, "Amal has Youssef. She had you." The apology had no recipient. The apology existed anyway. A microdose sat in Yusef's bag, left from earlier controlled use. He considered it, then put it away. The mind did not need a lens tonight. The mind needed raw grief without polish. Chemical clarity would have felt like cheating, and Yusef refused to cheat the dead. Before sleep, Yusef watered the lemon tree again, too much, then corrected by draining the saucer and wiping spilled drops from the sill. Overwatering is what frightened people do when care becomes panic. Amal's voice seemed to hover near the pot. Do not drown what you are trying to save. Yusef adjusted the pot's position by a centimeter to catch a better angle of light. The wall outside still blocked horizon. The tree still leaned. Yusef stood by the window and realized a brutal truth. Samar and Amal had died, and the only living witness left in the apartment was a plant. The thought made Yusef laugh once, torn sound, then stop. Yusef went to the couch and lay down without turning off the light, because darkness felt too similar to ending. Sleep arrived in fragments. Dreams arrived in flashes. Stairs, stamps, hospital corridors, paper planes, a lemon blossom falling like snow. Morning would bring more paperwork. Morning would also bring the next requirement. Decide whether the apartment facing the wall could still be called home when every voice that made it home had gone silent. That decision would not be made quickly. Grief does not allow shortcuts. Chapter 26. The funeral receipt. Funerals cost money. That is the first insult. The second insult is that money does not buy meaning, only permission to complete the ritual. Yusef dressed before sunrise because delay felt dangerous. Nadine had arranged the basics: permits, transport, the small room where bodies get prepared with clean procedures and no tenderness. The city required forms and stamps and signatures even for death, as if death were another relocation project. At the municipal office, a clerk asked for Amal's identification number and spoke with bored professionalism. The clerk's nails were polished. The clerk's tone remained flat. The clerk stamped the paper and slid it across the counter like a menu. Yusef signed where the clerk pointed. A second clerk asked, "Cause of death?" Yusef answered, "Cancer." The clerk nodded as if cancer were a traffic category. A printer whined. A receipt printed. The receipt listed fees in neat rows. The receipt proved grief had been converted into transaction. Outside, Nadine waited with car idling. Nadine asked, "Done?" Yusef answered, "Done." Nadine drove without small talk. Small talk feels obscene when the day's job is burial. The preparation room smelled like disinfectant and cold air. A staff member lifted a sheet and revealed Amal's face. Calm and unfamiliar. Yusef stared too long and felt the brain refuse the image. The mind still expected Amal to speak. The mind still expected the teacher voice inside the house, procedural, precise, steady. Yusef leaned closer and whispered, "I'm here," because saying it out loud made the sentence real. No response came. A funeral worker asked, "Do you want to see her hands?" Yusef nodded. The worker pulled the sheet back slightly. Amal's hands looked thinner. The nails were clean. The fingers had lost their stubborn tension. Yusef noticed the absence of strain and felt anger flare. Strain had been Amal's last companion. Now strain had been evicted. Yusef reached out, touched the back of Amal's hand, and felt cold. Cold does not feel like death in movies. Cold feels like betrayal in real life. Yusef pulled back quickly, ashamed of the recoil. Nadine touched Yusef's shoulder. "Don't punish yourself for biology," Nadine said. Yusef did not answer. Words had become expensive. The burial proceeded with polite efficiency. Men carried the body. The prayer happened. Condolences arrived in phrases that sounded scripted because people do not know how to improvise around death. Some neighbors from the apartment building attended. Some co-workers from the registry unit attended. Hala came, the young employee Amal had trained, eyes red, sneakers dull by dust. Hala held Yusef's hand briefly and said she wrote margins because she was brave. Yusef nodded, unable to speak. Marwan did not attend. He sent a message through a colleague, condolences. The word felt like corporate branding. After the burial, people offer help in the way people offer help when help makes them feel human. Call if you need anything. Stay strong. She's in a better place. Each sentence landed like gravel. None of it was malicious. None of it helped. Yusuf accepted the only help that mattered, Nadine's. Nadine handled the crowd with streetwise authority, redirecting talkers, ending conversations, shielding Yusuf from the people who wanted details like gossip. A man Yusuf did not recognize approached and said, "I can help with the apartment. I know a broker." Nadine stepped between them. "No," Nadine said, "we don't buy help. We verify." The man backed off, smile fading. Predators hate boundaries. Back at the apartment facing the wall, the air felt stale and wrong. The kitchen counter held the medication organizer Amal had filled for weeks. The cabinet door still had a faint tape outline where the calendar had been. The couch held the imprint of Yusuf's sleeping posture from the last nights of watching. Yusuf walked to the window and stared at the wall outside. The wall reflected Yusuf's face back, older, harder, hollowed out. Nadine said, "Eat something." Yusuf answered, "Later." Nadine shook her head. "Later killed your family." Nadine said, "Not cruelly, factually. Eat now." Yusuf forced a few bites of bread. The bread tasted like paper. On the windowsill, the lemon tree sat in its pot, blossoms half open, leaves trembling slightly in air from a neighbor's fan. The tree looked alive in a way that made the room feel dead. Yusuf watered it carefully, not too much, not too little, because overwatering had become a symbol of panic. After watering, Yusuf sat at the table and opened Amal's folder. Inside lay copies of corruption file, supplier names, manifest photos, subcontractor links, complaint receipts. Hossam had already filed the first complaint. Hossam had advised escalation in sequence. Amal had planned it like a campaign. Yusuf stared at the pages and felt a new kind of grief that had an assignment attached. Nadine watched and asked, "Do you want to keep fighting that?" Yusuf answered, "Yes." Nadine nodded. "Then we fight clean," Nadine said. "No rash moves, no emotional threats, paper only." Yusuf agreed because Yusuf had been trained by Amal's method. Records first, rage second, action always. That night, Yusuf took a microdose for the first time since Amal's death. The choice was careful, not recreational. Yusuf needed a steadier mind to plan the next steps without turning grief into violence. Water, food, no driving, no calls, no internet scrolling. The shift arrived slowly. The apartment sound separated. Pipe tick, refrigerator motor, distant traffic. Nadine's footsteps in the hallway. Yusuf looked at the funeral receipt on the table and felt an uninvited clarity. The city charged for everything, including closure. The city charged for permits, for transport, for paper proof that a life had ended. The city also charged in quieter ways, by making families fight for compensation, by letting contractors lie, by letting infrastructure rot until exploded. Yusuf looked away and swallowed something that might have been a sob. The last request arrived quietly. On a dawn when the air felt unusually still, Amal woke with a heaviness that made language optional. The room looked unchanged. Wall outside the window, pale light, the lemon tree's leaves barely moving. Her chest, however, felt as if someone had placed a weight inside and then walked away. Amal sat up slowly and knew, an awful certainty, that the body had entered a different phase. Not crisis, not emergency, completion. Yusuf slept in the living room. Amal did not shout. She did not dramatize. She called Yusuf's phone from the bed because the phone would ring like an official summons, and formality can keep panic from taking over. Yusuf answered on the first ring, voice thick. "What's wrong?" Amal said, "Come in." Yusuf entered barefoot, hair disordered, eyes instantly wide. Yusuf asked, "Hospital?" Amal shook her head. "Not this time." Amal said, "Sit." Yusuf sat on the edge of bed, hands hovering, unsure where touch might hurt. Amal said, "Do you remember the bedsheet lesson?" Yusuf nodded. "Corners." Amal smiled faintly. "Find them when everything slips," Amal said. Yusuf's face tightened. "Don't talk like that." Amal replied, "No pretending." Amal said, "You promised your father." Yusuf's shoulders shook once, then steadied. "I can't do this again." Amal said, "You can." Amal said, "You already are." Amal reached for Yusuf's hand. Fingers closed around it. Not strong, not weak, deliberate. The grip felt like a signature. "Water the tree," Amal whispered. "Keep the records. Build kindness into whatever you touch. Do not let grief make you cruel." Yusuf's tears fell freely now, hot and unashamed. "I don't want tasks," Yusuf said. "I want you." Amal's eyes filled. She said, "I know." Breathing slowed. Gaps between breaths widened. Yusuf counted without meaning to, the way Samar once counted multiplication tables through a newborn's crying, the way Amal had counted breath in hospital corridors, the way counting becomes the last form of structure a mind can offer. Amal's inhale did not return. Yusuf held a hand and waited, as if waiting could negotiate with biology. Biology did not negotiate. Outside, morning light brightened the wall until the wall turned pale gray. Inside, the lemon tree released fragrance like a final, indifferent gift. Yusuf sat beside the bed until the room felt fully awake, then stood on unsteady legs and walked to the window. Leaves trembled slightly. Yusuf filled a glass of water, carried the glass carefully, and poured slowly into the pot. Soil darkened. Roots drank. The trees stayed alive. Amal lay still, face calm, as if finally releasing the duty of endurance. And the apartment did not become empty. The apartment became saturated with absence. The kind that does not shout, the kind that simply stays, asking the living to decide what they will do with what remains. Chapter 25, The Orphan Calendar. Grief did not give Yusuf a clean morning. Grief gave Yusuf a sequence of tasks performed with shaking hands, because the body still demands procedure even when the mind wants collapse. After Amal's final breath, Yusuf remained seated beside the bed until the room's light turned from gray to ordinary. The wall outside the window brightened slowly, indifferent, as if dawn had never heard the news. The lemon tree's blossoms held their scent, sharp and clean, and that cleanliness felt obscene. Yusuf stood only when the legs stopped pretending they belonged to someone else. Yusuf walked to the kitchen and stared at the cabinet door, where Amal had taped the calendar. Painter's tape still held. Boxes still waited. Samar's old infusion dates sat there like a ghost schedule. Her consult days sat there like a promise that no longer had a body to keep it. Yusuf reached out and touched one square with a fingertip. Ink smudged slightly. The mark proved the calendar was real. The calendar also proved reality does not care about planning. Yusuf removed the tape slowly, trying not to tear the paper. The act felt irrationally important, like removing a bandage without ripping skin. A corner lifted. Tape gave way. The page came free. He folded it once, then again, and placed it on the table beside the box of papers. In the bedroom, Amal's body remained. The body looked smaller than the woman had looked. The face held calm that had not existed in months. The stillness felt wrong, because stillness in a breathing person usually means sleep, and sleep implies return. Yusuf called Nadine first because Nadine understood logistics without requiring emotional explanation. Nadine answered on the first ring. He said, "Amal is gone." Nadine made a sound that was half-breath, half-broken syllable, and then Nadine said, "Stay there. Do nothing alone. I'm coming." Yusuf called the emergency number next because systems require confirmation even when the family already knows. A dispatcher asked, "Is the patient conscious?" Yusuf answered. No, the dispatcher asked, "Is the patient breathing?" Yusuf answered. No, the dispatcher asked, "Are you performing CPR?" Yusuf answered. No, because Amal's departure had not arrived as collapse. Her departure had arrived as completion. He could not force the body back into negotiation. Paramedics arrived with equipment and neutral faces. One checked pulse. One checked pupils. One looked at Yusuf with the careful eyes used right before a sentence changes a room. "I'm sorry," the paramedic said. The phrase sounded familiar. Hospitals had used it for Samar. Now the apartment used it for Amal. The paramedics completed paperwork. They asked for ID. They asked for time of last breath. They asked for medical background. Yusuf answered in clipped sentences because clipped sentences were the only size that fit inside the throat. When the paramedics left, the apartment fell quiet again. Quiet did not equal peace. Quiet sounded like a building after evacuation. Nadine arrived carrying a bag of water bottles and tissues, because Nadine always brought practical objects when language failed. Nadine hugged Yusuf briefly and held tight longer than Yusuf expected. Nadine said, "Breathe." Yusuf tried and felt breath shake. Nadine looked toward the lemon tree and said, "Keep that alive. That's your mother's order." Yusuf nodded once, then asked, "What now?" Nadine answered, "Now we do the hard paperwork." Nadine said, "We do the funeral. We do the forms. We do the calls. We do not let predators smell confusion." Predators already existed. A landlord would ask about rent. A broker would offer help. A clerk would demand a signature. People use grief like a discount coupon. Nadine's streetwise warning landed clean. Yusuf and Nadine gathered documents. Amal's ID, Samer's death certificate, medical reports, the corruption file copies, the lease. Yusuf placed everything in one folder and held the folder like a shield. Later that night, after Nadine left to make arrangements, Yusuf sat alone at the table and opened the box of paper planes again. The box had become the family's only stable address. Yusuf unfolded one plane and found a child's math worksheet underneath. Wrong answers circled in red. Samer had folded failure into flight anyway. Yusuf did not cry loudly. He cried silently, tears dropping onto the paper, darkening ink. He wiped the page quickly, ashamed of damage. Yusuf whispered, "Sorry." Hassan paused and answered honestly. It might change one contract. It might stop one shortcut. It might embarrass one official into doing the job once. Yusuf nodded. That's still something. Hassan said, "It's not justice. It's friction. Friction prevents the next lie from moving too fast." Yusuf left the office with no comfort. Comfort was not available. A small lever existed now, and the lever had Amal's fingerprints all over it. That night, Nadine offered Yusuf a microdose and did not push. The offer sat on the table like a tool. Yusuf refused. "Not tonight," Yusuf said. Nadine nodded. "Good call." Yusuf sat in the new temporary room Nadine had arranged, clean sheets, a window that faced open air, not a wall. The open air looked wrong. The open air looked like permission Yusuf did not deserve. The lemon tree sat near the window, leaves trembling slightly in the draft. A blossom had fallen during the move and lay on the cardboard wrap, like a small white wound. Yusuf picked up the blossom and held it for a long time. The fragrance still existed. The fragrance made the throat tighten. Yusuf whispered, "I carried you both, and I still lost you." No answer came. The tree stayed alive anyway. Outside, the city kept moving. Inside, Yusuf lay down and stared at the ceiling until sleep arrived in short, broken segments. Chapter 28. The Hearing. A hearing does not sound like justice. A hearing sounds like air conditioning and tired pens. Hassan scheduled the first meeting 3 weeks after Amal's burial. The timeline felt fast by municipal standards, which meant someone feared the paper trail. Fear is the only reliable accelerator inside bureaucracy. Yusuf arrived early wearing a plain shirt and a jacket with no logos. Flashy clothes read like arrogance. Arrogance gets punished. He carried a folder with 3 identical sets of documents, each set clipped and indexed because one set always goes missing by mistake. The oversight office sat in a beige building with narrow windows and a lobby that smelled like bleach and stale coffee. A metal detector stood near the entrance. A guard waved Yusuf through without eye contact. Bored the way bored people get when they spend their days watching citizens ask for what citizens should not have to ask for. Hassan waited inside the lobby holding a second folder. Hassan nodded once and said, "No speeches, no metaphors, only sequence." Yusuf answered, "Understood." A clerk led them down a hallway lined with framed photographs of ribbon cuttings. The picture showed smiling officials in hard hats, scissors raised, promises frozen in glossy paper. The corridor felt like propaganda disguised as decor. They entered a small conference room. a rectangular table, 4 chairs, a pitcher of water nobody trusted, a clock ticking loud enough to feel like mockery. 2 officials arrived, a procurement compliance officer named Ms. Rania Al-Said and a municipal liaison named Mr. Khalil. Ms. Al-Said carried a laptop and a neutral face. Mr. Khalil carried a notebook and a smile that looked practiced. Mr. Khalil said, "We appreciate cooperation." Hossam replied, "We appreciate documentation." Ms. Al-Said glanced at the index folder and said, "Start." Hossam slid the first pack across the table and spoke like a lawyer building a wall brick by brick. Dates, project codes, supplier names, photo timestamps, cross-reference to flag subcontractor list, link to the site manifest mismatch, link to the post-blast inspection failures. Yusuf listened and felt the body tense as if bracing for attack. The room did not contain yelling. The room contained subtle aggression, polite tone, skeptical eyebrow, delayed acknowledgement. Mr. Khalil asked, "What is the harm alleged?" Hossam answered, "Fraudulent procurement and safety risk via downgraded materials." Mr. Khalil asked, "Do you have proof the materials were used?" Hossam replied, "We have proof the materials arrived mislabeled and were nearly accepted." The city inspector halted work after variance measurements were documented. Ms. Al-Said looked up. "Which inspector?" Hossam stated the name. Mr. Khalil's smile twitched. "That inspector is strict." Hossam said, "Strict as a job." Ms. Al-Said asked, "How does this connect to the eviction case you referenced?" Yusuf spoke for the first time, voice clipped and steady. "Same subcontractor," Yusuf said. "Same pattern. Missing tags. Mismatch valuations. Irregularities used as cover." Ms. Al-Said studied Yusuf's face longer than necessary as it tried to decide what kind of problem Yusuf would be. "Your mother worked in registry," Ms. Al-Said said. The sentence was not a question. The sentence was a probe. Yusuf answered, "Yes." Mr. Khalil leaned back and said, "So this is personal." Hossam responded immediately, "This is documented." Hossam said, "Documentation is not personal. Documentation is traceable." Mr. Khalil smiled again, softer, more dangerous. "We need to be careful about accusations," Mr. Khalil said. "Words can cause reputational harm." Yusuf kept voice flat. "Bad concrete causes physical harm," Yusuf said. Ms. Al-Said's mouth tightened. "Noted," Ms. Al-Said said, which sounded like a promise and threat at the same time. They reviewed the photo evidence. The room fell into a rhythm. Click, pause, question, answer. The officials did not deny outright. The officials tried a narrow scope, reduce responsibility, isolate blame to one rogue supplier, and preserve the system's innocence. Hossam refused the narrowing. Hossam kept dragging the thread back to pattern. Ms. Al-Said finally said, "We will open an internal review." Mr. Khalil added, "We will recommend process improvements." Process improvements. The phrase tasted like soap. Clean words that removed nothing real. Hossam nodded anyway. "We will require written confirmation and timeline," Hossam said. Ms. Al-Said agreed. 10 business days. Yusuf said nothing, because silence prevents giving them a sound bite. Outside the building, heat hit like a shove. Yusuf stood on the sidewalk and realized the body had been holding breath for an hour. He exhaled slowly and felt anger crawl back in. Yusuf asked Hossam, "Will they bury it?" Hossam answered, "They will try." Yusuf asked, "Then what?" Hossam said, "Then we escalate. We add press. We add oversight. We add procurement audit requests. We add civil action if evidence supports." Yusuf stared at traffic and said, "My parents died and they will still call it process." Hossam replied, "That's why you don't give them emotion. You give them fact they can't erase." Yusuf nodded. Facts had been Amal's way of caring. That night, Nadine cooked rice and lentils because simple food requires less negotiation. Yusuf ate without tasting. After dinner, Yusuf walked the balcony and stood beside the lemon tree. The balcony faced open air, not a wall, and the openness still felt wrong. The tree's leaves moved gently in the breeze, glossy and stubborn. A small lemon hung from one branch, pale and not yet ready. Seeing it made Yusef's throat tighten. Yusef took a microdose, measured and deliberate, because the hearing had reopened rage and Yusef needed clarity without impulsiveness. Water, food, no driving, no calls. The shift arrived slowly. The city's noise separated into layers. Distant horns, footsteps, a dog barking, a neighbor's laughter. The lemon tree's leaf veins became visible like tiny street grids. Under the altered lens, Yusef saw Amal's life as a long act of resistance disguised as competence. Amal did not win. She documented anyway. Yusef closed the folder and realized the next chapters would not be about saving anyone. Saving time had ended. The next chapters would be about refusing erasure. Yusef turned off the light and lay down on the couch. Sleep arrived in short segments. Dreams arrived in fragments. A red stamp, a stairwell, Amal's hand on a bedsheet corner, Samer's voice counting, a lemon blossom falling. Morning would bring more forms. Morning would also bring the first truly adult task Yusef never wanted. Deciding what part of the old home to dismantle and what parts to carry forward without collapsing under the weight. Chapter 27, The Quiet Inventory. Loss turned Yusef into a clerk. Not a clerk with a desk and a badge. A clerk with a pen, a roll of tape, and the exhausted understanding that anything encountered gets stolen. By landlords, by time, by forgetfulness. Nadine arrived with cardboard boxes and a pack of thick black markers. Nadine did not ask whether Yusef felt ready. Readiness is a luxury grief does not provide. Nadine said, "We start with trash, then we start with keep, then we start with carry." Yusef nodded once and opened the hall closet. Amal's folder sat on the top shelf beside the old paper box. Both objects aligned as if Amal's hands had arranged them yesterday. That neatness felt like an insult. Neatness implies control. They began in the kitchen because kitchens contain the most disguised history. A chipped mug sat near the sink. Samer's mug, the one Samer always claimed tasted less bitter. Yusef picked it up, turned it over, and saw a hairline crack along the handle base. The crack looked recent. The crack looked like the object had been straining for months and finally gave up. Nadine asked, "Keep or donate?" Yusef answered, "Keep," then corrected the impulse. "Keep for now." Nadine wrote KFN on a sticky label and placed it on the box corner. Nadine's shorthand functioned like a system. Quick, unemotional, efficient enough to survive tears. In the lower cabinet, Amal's plastic organizer still sat beside expired prescription leaflets. The compartments were empty now. Empty compartments looked more brutal than full ones. Full compartments at least implied a chance. Yusef held the organizer and felt a wave of anger. Anger turned immediately into shame because the organizer had saved them from mistakes. The organizer had been love in plastic form. Yusef placed it in the KFN box without labeling, as if labeling would make the act too final. They moved into the living room. The couch still held an indent where Yusef had slept those last nights. The indent looked like evidence in a case that nobody would prosecute. Nadine pulled a pillow off the couch and asked, "Wash and donate." Yusef touched the fabric and said, "Trash." Nadine did not argue. Nadine understood that some objects become contaminated by specific memories. Washing does not remove that kind of stain. In the bedroom, Amal's pillow lay exactly where Amal had last used it. The sheet still held the shallow fold lines from Amal's final morning. Yusef stared at the bed and felt the body try to step backward out of the room. The legs refused. Nadine said, "We don't linger, we work." Yusef began stripping the bed with quick motions that tried to outrun emotion. The fitted sheet snapped loose and slapped Yusef's wrist, a small sting that felt strangely deserved. Under the mattress, Yusef found a folded calendar page Amal had removed from the cabinet door. He had placed it on the table after Amal died and forgot it existed. Paper migrates. Paper survives. Nadine took the calendar, unfolded it, and read the boxes quietly. 2 names, 2 sets of appointments. 1 grid filled with intentions that never got a finish. Nadine whispered, "This is brutal." Yusuf answered, "Everything is brutal. This is just honest about it." Nadine refolded the calendar and slid it into the paper box without comment. By afternoon, exhaustion turned the apartment air-heavy. Sweat collected at the base of Yusuf's neck. The wall outside the window reflected light back into the room, like a dull mirror that refused generosity. Yusuf watered the lemon tree before moving it, because transporting a thirsty plant feels like cruelty. The soil drank quickly. Roots still wanted more. The tree had learned persistence the way the family had learned persistence. Not heroic, not pretty, simply necessary. A neighbor knocked and asked, "Are you leaving today?" Yusuf answered, "Yes." The neighbor's gaze landed on the lemon tree. "That thing is still alive," the neighbor said, surprised. Yusuf replied, "It's stubborn." The neighbor hesitated, then said, "I'm sorry about your mother." Yusuf nodded. "Thank you." The neighbor offered help carrying the pot. Yusuf refused gently, not out of pride, out of fear. Letting someone else handle the tree felt like trusting the wrong hands with a fragile witness. Nadine watched the exchange and said, low voice, "People aren't all predators." Yusuf answered, "Grief makes me treat everyone like a wrist." Nadine replied, "That's a survival reflex. It can become a prison." Yusuf did not respond. He could not afford more wisdom today. He needed motion. The landlord called at 3:10 p.m. The landlord's number flashed on the screen, like an infection returning. Yusuf answered anyway. The landlord said, "Rent still due." Nadine's eyes narrowed. Yusuf kept voice even. "Lease ends next month." Notice was given. Keys will be returned today. Deposit return process begins. The landlord laughed softly. "Deposit depends on inspection." Yusuf replied, "Inspection will be documented. Photos already taken. Meter readings already recorded." Silence held for half a second. Then the landlord changed tone. "Why so aggressive?" Yusuf answered, "Because Amal taught documentation. She taught me you people prefer confusion." The landlord snapped, "Watch your mouth." Yusuf replied, "Watch your paperwork." Yusuf ended the call and felt hands shaking. The shaking was not fear of the landlord. The shaking was grief, finding a place to discharge. Nadine said, "Good. You sounded like your mother." Yusuf answered, "I hate that I have to." Nadine replied, "You don't hate it. You hate the reason." They took photos of every room, every corner, every outlet, every faucet. Nadine captured close-ups of the repaired sink pipe, the window frame, the baseboards. Yusuf read the electricity meter and wrote the number on paper, then photographed the paper beside the meter to lock the sequence. Procedures replaced prayer. Procedures kept thieves bored. That evening, after the last box left the apartment, Nadine drove Yusuf to Hassam's office with the corruption file. The folder felt heavier than its paperweight. The folder felt like Amal's hand still insisting. Hassam read quickly, eyes scanning dates, names, photo metadata, project codes. Hassam looked up and said, "This is coherent." Yusuf asked, "Does coherent matter?" Hassam answered, "Coherence survives bureaucracy." Hassam said, "Chaos gets dismissed." Hassam pointed at one supplier name and said, "This link is strong. We file to the oversight body first. Then we copy municipal legal. Then we copy procurement. Then we copy press quietly." Yusuf asked, "Will it change anything?" The address listed was not Yusuf's building this time. The address belonged to the small building where the journalists collective worked. The city had tagged the block for redevelopment alignment. The city had decided to erase the place that had agreed to look at the evidence. Coincidence was possible. Coincidence was also convenient. Yusuf had learned to distrust convenient outcomes. Yusuf took a photo of the notice, front and back, then folded it into thirds and placed it inside the folder with the audit receipts. Paper belongs with paper when a system prefers to deny memory. Nadine entered the kitchen and saw Yusuf holding the envelope. Nadine asked, "Another one?" Yusuf answered, "Yes." Nadine asked, "For us?" Yusuf replied, "For Lynn." Nadine's face tightened. "That's not a coincidence." Yusuf did not argue. Arguing would have been a form of self-soothing. He no longer trusted self-soothing. Yusef called Lynn at 6:32 a.m. Lynn answered with a voice that sounded like sleep interrupted by dread. "What?" Yusef said. "Your office got stamped." Silence held on the line. Lynn asked, "How do you know?" Yusef replied, "I'm holding the notice." Lynn's breath changed. "Send a photo." Yusef sent the photo. Lynn did not respond for a full minute, then wrote one sentence. "Meet today. Bring everything." The meeting happened at noon in a cafe that smelled like burnt espresso and old sugar. Lynn sat with an editor named Tariq, whose face looked polite in a way that suggested danger. Tariq listened without interrupting while Lynn opened the evidence files on a laptop. Manifest, photos, timestamps, inspection variances, and a linked subcontractor name that kept appearing like a recurring infection. Tariq asked, "What do you want?" Yusef answered, "I want an article." Tariq asked, "Why?" Yusef answered, "Because silence killed my parents slowly," Yusef said. "Silence injured me. Silence keeps harming strangers." Tariq leaned back. "That's emotional," Tariq said. Yusef kept voice flat. "That's factual," Yusef said. "Emotion exists. Proof exists. Publish the proof." Tariq looked at Hassam's timeline and paused at the audit authority receipt. Tariq's eyes narrowed slightly. "You lodged this," Tariq said. Hassam replied, "Yes." Tariq said, "Then you understand risk." Yusef answered, "I understand risk," Yusef said. "Risk doesn't excuse cowardice." Tariq's mouth twitched. Tariq's tone shifted from skepticism to calculation. "If we publish," Tariq said, "they'll deny, they'll threaten, they'll smear, they might accelerate clearance on our building." Lynn said, "They already did." Tariq stared at the stamped notice again and exhaled. "Okay," Tariq said, "we publish, but we publish smart." Smart meant precautions. Smart meant backing up files in multiple places. Smart meant naming patterns without making a single allegation that could be weaponized as defamation. Smart meant letting documents speak. Yusef left the cafe with no triumph, only a new kind of fear. Fear that finally had a channel. The article dropped 1 week later. A headline appeared online with a photo of a cracked stairwell barrier and a cropped image of a manifest. Comments exploded. Some people thanked the reporter. Some people called it propaganda. Some people posted their own stories of forced moves and compensation theft. The city issued a statement that used predictable language. "We take these allegations seriously. We will investigate. We remain committed to public benefit." Public benefit. The phrase looked uglier every time. 2 days after publication, a black SUV followed Yusef for 3 blocks and then disappeared. A landlord called Nadine and offered to help if Nadine would calm the boy down. An unknown number texted Yusef. "Stop. Nadine wanted to call police." Hassam warned against it. "Police reports become another file." Hassam said, "Files get lost." Yusef did not respond to the text. Responding gives predators proof they reached you. Yusef continued ordinary life. Work, groceries, therapy exercises, calls with Hassam, updates with Lynn. Routine became armor again. Amal would have approved. Then the second notice arrived. Not for Lynn's building this time. Not for Yusef's building. For the balcony where the lemon tree stood. The building's management delivered it with a cheerful email. Renovation and redevelopment scheduled. Please vacate within 45 days. Yusef read the email, closed the laptop, and sat still. The tree's leaves moved gently in the draft from the window. Unaware. Nadine said, "They're targeting you." Yusef answered, "They're targeting persistence." Hassam said, "We can challenge it." Yusef replied, "Challenge buys time." Yusef said, "Time is still worth something." On the final morning, Yusef carried the lemon tree down the stairs. No movers, no crew, no negotiation. Yusef wrapped the pot carefully, tied rope, checked knots twice, and took the first step with deliberate caution. The stairwell smelled like damp concrete and cheap paint, the same smell Yusef had learned to associate with neglect. At the second landing, Yusef paused and placed the pot down gently. Breath came, breath went. Hands shook slightly, Not from weight, from history. A neighbor opened the door and asked, "Need help?" Yusuf answered, "No, thank you." The neighbor nodded, understanding the boundary without explanation. Yusuf continued. The staircase held his time. The staircase did not betray. Perhaps the building had newer repairs. Perhaps luck decided to be polite for once. Either way, Yusuf reached the ground floor and stepped out into the street with the tree's leaves brushing the shoulder like a small animal choosing to trust. A taxi driver offered to load the pot. Yusuf refused. He placed the tree on the back seat carefully, buckled the seatbelt around the pot like a ridiculous joke, and then sat beside it. The taxi drove through the city's morning traffic. Horns argued. Construction noise sang its usual song. People walked fast, carrying groceries, carrying phones, carrying lives. Yusuf looked out the window and saw demolition fencing around a familiar block. The city kept eating. The city kept pretending appetite was progress. The taxi stopped at a small apartment Nadine had arranged, temporary, clean, with a window that faced sky. Yusuf carried the tree up one flight of stairs and placed it on the sill. The leaves trembled and settled. Yusuf opened the box of paper planes and removed one folded drawing. A kitchen, light entering respectfully, a lemon tree on the sill, Amal's name in Samer's handwriting. Yusuf taped the drawing to the wall with careful hands. Then Yusuf sat at the table, held a cup of tea between both hands, and finally allowed the truth to sit fully in the room. Everyone who taught Yusuf how to live had died. The city that helped kill them still functioned. The only thing that survived consistently was method. Method meant documentation. Method meant refusal. Method meant carrying. A lemon blossom fell quietly from the tree and landed near the base of the pot. The fall made no sound. The blossom looked like a small, white signature. Yusuf whispered, "I'm here." The sentence completed this time. Outside, the city continued doing what it does. Inside, a new room began learning its duties. A window faced sky. A tree leaned into light. Yusuf thought about the hearing room and understood something darker than disappointment. Bureaucracy does not respond to suffering. Bureaucracy responds to leverage. Leverage comes from proof, persistence, and the willingness to keep returning after being dismissed politely. Under the altered lens, Yusuf saw Amal and Samer as two kinds of builders. Samer built minds. Amal built records. Yusuf inherited both tasks, and neither task offered comfort. Yusuf touched the tree's trunk lightly and whispered, "I'm still here." The sentence sounded like prayer, even though Yusuf did not believe in miracles. The night stayed quiet. The trees stayed alive. The hearing produced no catharsis. Still, a file had entered the system and refused to disappear. That refusal was the only kind of victory the city allowed. Chapter 29, The Notice Board. The city answered in the way the city always answered, with paper that pretended to be neutral. 10 business days became 15. 15 became 22. Ms. Al-Said's office stopped returning calls. Mr. Khalil's assistant began replying with polished phrases. "Your request is under review. We appreciate your patience. We will revert in due course." Hossam called it delay. Nadine called it cowardice. Yusuf called it an old method, wearing a new suit. The letter finally arrived on a Monday morning in a plain envelope with an official seal that looked slightly smeared, as if the stamp itself had been rushed. The letter stated in clean sentences that an internal review had found no conclusive evidence of systemic wrongdoing. The letter promised enhanced vendor screening and future procedural safeguards. The letter offered no admission. The letter offered no names. The letter offered no consequences. Yusuf read it once, then read it again, because disbelief still insists on verification. Nadine watched in the kitchen and asked, "What did they do?" Yusuf answered, "They washed it." Nadine snorted. "Of course." Hossam arrived that afternoon, read the letter, and said, "We moved to stage 2. Stage 2 meant public pressure. Hossam drafted a formal complaint to the National Audit Authority with attachments organized in an index. Photo metadata, procurement records, inspection variance measurements, the flag subcontractor list, and the timeline showing the city's repeated reliance on review without outcome. Hawsam drafted a second letter to a journalist collective known for infrastructure reporting. Hawsam drafted a third letter to the Professional Engineering Council requesting an ethics inquiry. The language remained controlled. The evidence remained sharp. The tone refused melodrama, because melodrama gives corrupt officials a reason to call a citizen emotional. Yusef signed every letter in black ink, full name, full ID number, full contact information, because anonymity invites dismissal. Visibility invites retaliation. Visibility also invites accountability. When the packets were ready, Hawsam said, "Now we choose how to deliver." Nadine answered immediately, "In person." Hawsam nodded. "In person?" Yusef agreed. "In person?" The audit authority's building sat near the business district, glass and stone, security heavy. A guard inspected the packets and asked, "What is this about?" Yusef answered, "Procurement fraud and safety risk." The guard's eyes sharpened slightly at the words procurement and safety. Those words threaten budgets. Budgets threaten careers. The guard waved them through. Inside, the lobby displayed a large notice board behind glass. The board carried public announcements, compliance reminders, anti-corruption slogans, hotline numbers. The slogans looked noble. The board looked clean. The board felt like theater. A clerk accepted the packet and stamped a receipt. Hawsam asked, "Case number?" The clerk provided one. Hawsam asked, "Assigned officer?" The clerk said, "TBD." Hawsam asked, "Timeline?" The clerk said, "As per procedure." Procedure again. Procedure always. Procedure as a shield. They left the building with a receipt and no assurance. Outside, Nadine muttered, "At least it's lodged." Hawsam replied, "Lodged is the first step, then we insist." Yusef stared at the glass building and felt fatigue press down. Fighting a system requires stamina, the system no citizens rarely have. The journalist collective met them in a small cafe that smelled like coffee and printer paper. A reporter named Lynn sat with a laptop open and eyes that did not blink much. Lynn asked, "Why now?" Yusef answered, "Because my mother died before seeing consequences." Lynn nodded once. "That's personal." Hawsam cut in. "It's documented." Lynn smiled slightly. "Both can be true," Lynn said. They reviewed the evidence. Lynn asked sharp questions about dates, chain of custody, and source reliability. Lynn asked about the blast and its causality. Lynn asked whether the gas line rupture had been tied to the same contractors. Lynn asked whether the stairwell barrier failure could be linked to negligence. Lynn asked what Yusef could prove and what Yusef only suspected. Yusef answered only what could be supported. Lynn closed a laptop and said, "I'll pitch it." Hawsam asked, "Timeline?" Lynn shrugged. "If the editor bites, 2 weeks. If the editor stalls, never." Nadine said, "So it depends on someone's mood." Lynn replied, "It depends on what else explodes that week." The sentence landed hard. The city required catastrophe to sell truth. That evening, Yusef returned to the balcony and stood beside the lemon tree. The tree now held one ripening fruit and a cluster of blossoms that smelled like stubbornness. Wind moved leaves gently. Open air surrounded the balcony. The horizon existed. The horizon did not comfort. Yusef took a microdose, measured and deliberate, because the day had created a new danger. Despair disguised as realism. Despair makes people quit, and then calls quitting maturity. Under the shift, the notice board in the audit lobby replayed in the mind. Slogans, hotlines, clean glass. Yusef saw the board as a symbolic object. Public virtue behind glass, untouchable, safe from fingerprints. Yusef realized the story had become a fight over where truth is allowed to live. In private folders, safe, ignored. In official mailrooms, log delayed. On public boards, only if someone powerful permits display. Yusef touched the lemon tree's trunk lightly and felt the bark's rough texture under fingertips. The tree did not require permission to keep growing. The insight arrived without poetry. Systems prefer truth in controlled spaces. Life does not. Yusef whispered, "I'll keep pushing." No answer came. The tree moved in the wind anyway. Inside the apartment, the box of paper planes sat on the table, taped shut, waiting. The household's archive had become portable. The household's grief had become a fuel source, imperfect and dangerous. 2 weeks remained until the novel's end. 2 weeks remained until the city's final stamp arrived again. Chapter 30, The Last Address. The final notice arrived the way all the others arrived. Quietly, under a door, as if shame required stealth, Yusef found the envelope at 6:14 a.m. The hallway light flickered. The building smelled like damp paint and yesterday's cooking. The paper sat on the tile like an accusation that didn't need to raise its voice. The stamp was red. The language was familiar. The deadline was polite. The threat was absolute. Structure clearance, final phase. Effective date, 30 days. The address listed was not Yusef's building this time. The address belonged to the small building where the journalist collective worked. The city had tagged the block for redevelopment alignment. The city had decided to erase the place that had agreed to look at the evidence. Coincidence was possible. Coincidence was also convenient. Yusef had learned to distrust convenient outcomes. Yusef took a photo of the notice, front and back, then folded it into thirds and placed it inside the folder with the audit receipts. Paper belongs with paper. When a system prefers to deny memory, Nadine entered the kitchen and saw Yusef holding the envelope. Nadine asked, "Another one?" Yusef answered, "Yes." Nadine asked, "For us?" Yusef replied, "For Lynn." Nadine's face tightened. That's not a coincidence. Yusef did not argue. Arguing would have been a form of self-soothing. He no longer trusted self-soothing. Yusef called Lynn at 6:32 a.m. Lynn answered with a voice that sounded like sleep interrupted by dread. "What?" Yusef said. "Your office got stamped." Silence held on the line. Lynn asked, "How do you know?" Yusef replied, "I'm holding the notice." Lynn's breath changed. "Send a photo." Yusef sent the photo. Lynn did not respond for a full minute, then wrote one sentence. "Meet today. Bring everything." The meeting happened at noon in a cafe that smelled like burnt espresso and old sugar. Lynn sat with an editor named Tarek, whose face looked polite in a way that suggested danger. Tarek listened without interrupting while Lynn opened the evidence files on a laptop. Manifests, photos, timestamps, inspection variances, and a linked subcontractor name that kept appearing like a recurring infection. Tarek asked, "What do you want?" Yusef answered, "I want an article." Tarek asked, "Why?" Yusef answered, "Because silence killed my parents slowly," Yusef said. "Silence injured me. Silence keeps harming strangers." Tarek leaned back. "That's emotional," Tarek said. Yusef kept voice flat. "That's factual," Yusef said. "Emotion exists. Proof exists. Publish the proof." Tarek looked at Hassam's timeline and paused at the audit authority receipt. Tarek's eyes narrowed slightly. "You lodged this," Tarek said. Hassam replied, "Yes." Tarek said, "Then you understand risk." Yusef answered, "I understand risk," Yusef said. "Risk doesn't excuse cowardice." Tarek's mouth twitched. Tarek's tone shifted from skepticism to calculation. "If we publish," Tarek said, "they'll deny, they'll threaten, they'll smear. They might accelerate clearance on our building." Lynn said, "They already did." Tarek stared at the stamped notice again and exhaled. "Okay," Tarek said, "we publish, but we publish smart." Smart meant precautions. Smart meant backing up files in multiple places. Smart meant naming patterns without making a single allegation that could be weaponized as defamation. Smart meant letting documents speak. Yusef left the cafe with no triumph, only a new kind of fear. Fear that finally had a channel. The article dropped 1 week later. A headline appeared online with a photo of a cracked stairwell barrier and a cropped image of a manifest. Comments exploded. Some people thanked the reporter. Some people called it propaganda. Some people posted their own stories of force moves and compensation theft. The city issued a statement that used predictable language. "We take these allegations seriously. We will investigate. We remain committed to public benefit." Public benefit. The phrase looked uglier every time. 2 days after publication, A black SUV followed Youssef for 3 blocks and then disappeared. A landlord called Nadine and offered to help if Nadine would calm the boy down. An unknown number texted Youssef. Stop. Nadine wanted to call police. Hossam warned against it. Police reports become another file. Hossam said, files get lost. Youssef did not respond to the text. Responding give predators proof they reached you. Youssef continued ordinary life. Work, groceries, therapy exercises, calls with Hossam, updates with Lynn. Routine became armor again. Amal would have approved. Then the second notice arrived. Not for Lynn's building this time. Not for Youssef's building. For the balcony where the lemon tree stood. The building's management delivered it with a cheerful email. Renovation and redevelopment scheduled. Please vacate within 45 days. Youssef read the email, closed the laptop, and sat still. The tree's leaves moved gently in the draft from the window. Unaware, Nadine said, they're targeting you. Youssef answered, they're targeting persistence. Hossam said, we can challenge it. Youssef replied, challenge buys time. Youssef said, time is still worth something. On the final morning, Youssef carried the lemon tree down the stairs. No movers, no crew, no negotiation. Youssef wrapped the pot carefully, tied rope, checked knots twice, and took the first step with deliberate caution. The stairwell smelled like damp concrete and cheap paint. The same smell Youssef had learned to associate with neglect. At the second landing, Youssef paused and placed the pot down gently. Breath came, breath went. Hands shook slightly, not from weight, from history. A neighbor opened the door and asked, need help? Youssef answered, no, thank you. The neighbor nodded, understanding the boundary. Without explanation, Youssef continued. The staircase held this time. The staircase did not betray. Perhaps the building had newer repairs. Perhaps luck decided to be polite for once. Either way, Youssef reached the ground floor and stepped out into the street with the tree's leaves brushing the shoulder like a small animal choosing to trust. A taxi driver offered to load the pot. Youssef refused. He placed the tree on the back seat carefully, buckled the seatbelt around the pot like a ridiculous joke, and then sat beside it. The taxi drove through the city's morning traffic. Horns argued. Construction noise sang its usual song. People walked fast, carrying groceries, carrying phones, carrying lives. Youssef looked out the window and saw demolition fencing around a familiar block. The city kept eating. The city kept pretending appetite was progress. The taxi stopped at a small apartment Nadine had arranged, temporary, clean, with a window that faced sky. Youssef carried the tree up one flight of stairs and placed it on the sill. The leaves trembled, then settled. Youssef opened the box of paper planes and removed one folded drawing. A kitchen, light entering respectfully, a lemon tree on the sill, Amal's name in Samer's handwriting. Youssef taped the drawing to the wall with careful hands. Then Youssef sat at the table, held a cup of tea between both hands, and finally allowed the truth to sit fully in the room. Everyone who taught Youssef how to live had died. The city that helped kill them still functioned. The only thing that survived consistently was method. Method meant documentation. Method meant refusal. Method meant carrying. A lemon blossom fell quietly from the tree and landed near the base of the pot. The fall made no sound. The blossom looked like a small, white signature. Youssef whispered, I'm here. The sentence completed this time. Outside, the city continued doing what it does. Inside, a new room began learning its duties. A window faced sky. A tree leaned into light. Outside, the city continued doing what it does. Inside, a new room began learning its duties. A window faced sky. A tree leaned into light. And the story ended the way the family had always lived. Not with moral victory, not with rescue, but with an agreement. Spoken aloud, finally, that someone would remain present, keep records, and refuse indifference even when the world insisted on pretending harm is normal. The end.
Mhm.